Dr. Frances Pedro and Dr. Peter Wells, dear high-level policymakers and participants. I wish you all a warm welcome to the online International Policy Forum on SDG4 planning for flexible learning pathways in higher education. IIEP, the institute, is UNESCO institute dedicated to an integrated approach to capacity development in educational planning and management that combines research, training, outreach activities, and technical cooperation. We have 3 offices located in Paris, Buenos Aires, and Dakar, and we are working across offices. And just to note that our office in Buenos Aires has played a crucial role in relaying this event to the Latin American and Caribbean higher education community. Higher education remains central to IIEP research to deliver on the global sustainable development goals. And our institute favors a sector-wide approach to planning, and higher education is of prominent importance in this context. Let me tell you a little about this event. This International Policy Forums aims to discuss the findings from the IIEP's research project, SDG4, Planning Flexible Learning Pathways in Higher Education, with policymakers, institutional leaders, and the broader academic community at an international level. Over the past 4 years, IIEP-UNESCO, together with 8 country-based research teams, have conducted comprehensive international comparative research on the topic of flexible learning pathways in higher education. Today, I'm happy that we are ready to share with you and discuss the findings with a truly international public of policymakers from both the national and institutional levels. I heard that was more than 60 countries. I think we are beyond that today, which is very, very good worldwide. So this event brings together policymakers from nearly all time zones, and some of your place, it's very early in the morning, while in other late in the evening. I want to pay tribute to all our partner organizations. This online International Policy Forum is jointly organized by IIEP and the Malaysian Ministry of Higher Education, the Malaysian Qualifications Authority, Universiti Sains, Malaysia, and the Malaysian Commission for UNESCO. From the beginning of the project, Malaysia has been strongly committed to the research with the production of one of the national case studies. In fact, we were all invited to meet in Penang, Malaysia, but as we all know, the current sanitary situation worldwide does still not allow us to meet in person. But we are very grateful to our Malaysian partners for their continuous support, including this online event. A few words about the topic of flexible learning pathways. What is at stake, as you know, is the idea that teaching and learning can be free or almost free from the limitation of time, place, and pace. Flexible learning pathways are effective when learners can choose diverse entry, re-entry, and exit point to higher education, learning activities, and assessment tasks. Flexible learning pathways are effective if they offer alternative entry into higher education, facilitate a transition between TVET and higher education, flexible progression with opportunities for students to reorient themselves, as well as combining studies and work-based learning. Flexible learning pathways are there to support the choice of students and help them to navigate through higher education. There is a need to emphasize the importance of flexible learning pathways for the United Nations Sustainable Development 4 and the broader Education 2030 agenda. Propose that countries ensure inclusive and equitable quality education and promote lifelong learning opportunities for all, and explicitly through flexible learning pathways. That is at the core of the Education 2030 agenda. So in the Education 2030 agenda, there is this very notion of entry points and re-entry points at all ages and all education levels, strengthen links between formal and non-formal structures, and recognition, validation, and accreditation of the knowledge, skills, and competencies acquired through non-formal and informal education. So this is a very fundamental and frontier agenda. It also links with other international trends and initiatives, and this forum therefore links with the UNESCO Global Convention for the recognition of qualification concerning higher education. As I support student-centered learning, flexible learning pathways are high on policy agenda in UNESCO member states. I'm therefore confident that the IIEP International Comparative Research on the same topic and this International Policy Forum in particular can help to inform the global policy debate, but also national and institutional policies on the topic. Within this context, IIEP hopes that this event will stimulate a broader dialogue and help advance priorities on flexible learning pathways globally. I'm looking forward to an exciting series of keynote speeches, interactive panels, and working group. In other words, an exciting, truly international forum event. I think that I've got updated data. We have registered representatives from 84 countries, and I wish all the participants an enlightening as well as enjoyable international policy forum. Without further delay, it is my honor to pass the floor to Professor Faisal Rafiq Mahmad Adikan, the Vice Chancellor of Universiti Sains, Malaysia, our partner organization in the organization of this event. Thank you very much, and over to you, Professor.
Thank you, Paul. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi, and a very good day. Distinguished gentlemen, ladies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. It gives me great pleasure to extend to all delegates a very warm welcome on behalf of Universiti Sains Malaysia, Penang. It's unfortunate that you can't be here with us in Penang due to the pandemic. It is durian season at this point of time. For those of you who don't know what durian is, it is the king of fruits. You either like it or you don't. As the co-organizer of this forum, I'm pleased to welcome you to the first International Policy Forum 2021 on SDG 4, Planning for Flexible Learning Pathways in Higher Education. As the Vice Chancellor, I'm also honored that USM, through the Commonwealth Tertiary Education Facility, or CTEF, being part of the very essential research project under IIEP-UNESCO on SDG 4 on flexible learning pathways. Now, in the context of flexible learning, this university has initiated the distance education program since 1971 as an off-campus program. To put that in perspective, we were formed in 1969, and 2 years after our inception, we were the first institution in Malaysia, at least, to introduce this distance learning concept. And I think without any stretch of the imagination, we've continued to be at the forefront of flexible learning when it comes to the Malaysian ecosystem. Over the years, we've seen that, as Paul mentioned just now, we've expanded the entry points and the exit points to USM's academic offerings. We're seeing ourselves being more involved in upskilling and reskilling programs. These are not full-fledged undergraduate programs. We are more involved in certification. The country needs more people to be reskilled and upskilled to address the demands of new technically advanced job opportunities. We've also introduced USM +1 and USM +2. Essentially, we've introduced a new channel for students to join USM, apart from the main channel that is centralized by the government, to allow more students to come and join us. We've also been involved actively in dual degrees program with partner institutions. We've also been actively involved in offshore programs as well. We've been working with institutions in India, in Jordan. We're about to work with Turkish institutions, and of course the UK and Taiwan. We've also developed this application called Bridge. Bridge is basically Uberization of knowledge, in the sense that people who have content to offer will be the quality control institution or establishment. And this will allow people, the practitioners, to also be involved as part of adding value to our programs. But the most interesting thing that has developed over the past few years, and I'm sure our distinguished speakers will touch upon, is our work with Micro-credential. We've just actually introduced 7 modules for nursing for about 100,000 nurses throughout Malaysia. This will carry professional career development points. We also introduced a fully micro-credential undergraduate program. Without micro-credential, this will take about 3.5 years to finish. But because micro-credential is competency-based, then one can finish the program based on one's capability as well. So this, and we are currently developing about 300 modules in terms of micro-credential, and we are forming a consortium of universities and institutions to get the best of whoever that can offer the best content for our students, and of course the public as well. So these are exciting times, and I think this conference is very timely, and I think it's massive. It's there to address the demands of the future, and I hope that everyone would enjoy the discussion that will take place following this opening session. I wish everyone a successful deliberation in this forum, and your knowledge and experiences shared will be invaluable. And I'd like to end with a quote: "If you want to walk fast, we walk alone, and if you want to walk far, we walk together." And I think the world demands that we walk far, fast. And I think conferences like this will allow us to share and continue to walk far, fast. And with that, I'd like to pass this to Michaela. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Professor Faisal Rafiq Mohammed Adikan. So I would like to share a PowerPoint this morning or this afternoon with you. Let me then move it to the share screen mode. Okay, so can you see my PowerPoint? Yeah, so I see some heads nodding. So thank you very much for passing it to me, Professor Adikan. My name is Michaela Martin. I'm the current interim R&D team leader at IIEP. And I'm also leading IIEP's higher education program. And my task this morning or this afternoon is actually to provide you with a short overview on our research on SDG 4, planning for flexible learning pathways in higher education, and to present the organization of this forum. So let me first say some words about the rationale of our research on flexible learning pathways. Within the context of rapid expansion of student enrollments and diversification of providers, higher education systems have become increasingly complex. Therefore, students find it more difficult to navigate through an increasingly fragmented higher education sector. The student body has also become much more diverse, with a growing number of first-generation students and adult learners, as Professor Adikan just mentioned, joining higher education. In addition, today we are facing an unprecedented sanitary crisis, with more than 220 million of students being affected by the COVID-19 pandemic. Increasing evidence suggests that higher education institutions that have been offering flexible approaches in the delivery of higher education are better equipped to respond to crisis. We therefore need higher education systems that can accommodate to new realities. But even before the pandemic, IIEP has started to research flexibility in higher education. In 2018, we launched our research, SDG 4, Planning for Flexible Learning Pathways, to advance the UN Agenda 2030 and the Sustainable Development Goals that emphasize well-articulated, flexible higher education systems. The research has looked at the broad question of how national policies for flexibility influence institutional practices in terms of alternative admission, opportunities for credit accumulation to support student transfer, as well as in the delivery and pace of higher education program. This research is based on a three-stage methodology. First, we did a stock-taking exercise that clarified concepts and definitions on flexible learning pathways and identified good policies and practices internationally. Second, an international survey among ministries of higher education, many of you have responded to this, in all UNESCO member states, identified factors that facilitate and impede the implementation of flexible learning pathways. Lastly, 8 in-depth case country studies from Chile, Finland, India, Jamaica, Malaysia, Morocco and South Africa, and the United Kingdom provided in-depth analysis and how effectively these pathways work in the respective countries. In our research, flexible learning pathways are understood as the availability of multiple well-articulated pathways that serves the needs of diverse students and that lead to a qualification. They pertain to diverse pathways for getting into, getting through, and getting out of higher education. So when it comes to pathways for getting into higher education, we have seen alternative admission policies and practices such as preparatory programs, open access policies, recognition of prior learning, as well as equitable admission policies and practices. For pathways for getting through higher education, we identified study transfer, credit accumulation and transfer, flexible delivery mode, open and distance learning, flexibility in the pace of study, flexible curriculum as modes to flexibilize the progression through higher education. And third, pathways for getting out of higher education. We have looked into completion and transition to the labor market, such as combining work and study, flexible degree structures, and continuous learning. So flexible learning pathways are truly an umbrella concept that cover multiple realities, policies, and practices. So some final words about the organization of this International Policy Forum. Our event intends to offer a space to share and discuss the findings from our research with higher education policymakers in our Zoom space, but also the broader higher education community via YouTube streaming. So we will meet during 3 days and have today keynote opening speeches immediately after my short presentation. Today and tomorrow and on Thursday for panel sessions devoted to the 4 main dimensions that we have identified in our research: diverse entry pathways, technology, flexible progression, governance to support flexibility. And on Thursday, we are going to have working groups which will allow policymakers to exchange national experiences. And then we will move it on Thursday afternoon in our time to the closing and conclusions of the session. So thank you very much for your kind attention. Together with Paul Couster, the Interim Director of IIEP, and Professor Adikan, the Vice Chancellor of Universiti Sains Malaysia, I am looking forward to a very stimulating forum and very fruitful exchanges. I now pass the floor to my colleague Francis Pedro, the Director of IESAL, which is the International Institute for Higher Education in Latin America and the Caribbean. Francis, you have the floor at a very early time in the morning.
Thank you very much, Michaela. Well, let me first of all start by expressing our gratitude to IIEP for the timely organization of this webinar. I think that the whole theme of flexible pathways to higher education is really a crucial time. Comes really at a crucial time, particularly during and for some countries already after the pandemic. We at the UNESCO International Institute for Higher Education, a sister organization of IIEP with a mandate focused mostly on higher education, have been also working on issues related to access and completion of higher education. not necessarily looking at that from diverse pathways as the IIEP is currently doing. So we welcome very much this complementary work and commit, as usual, to work together. Among other things, our institute produced last year, in November, a major report on the status of universal access to higher education in commemoration of what is called the World Access to Higher Education Day in November. And let me share with you just three main ideas as a way of introduction to the two speeches that we are going to have at this session. Well, the first one, which is really an impressive one, a very positive one, is that access to higher education has increased in the world over the past 20 years in all regions. And up to the extent that between year 2000 and 2018, gross enrollment in post-secondary education raised from 19 to up to 28% globally. That means that today, just following that trend, possibly more than a third of the global population now continues some form of post-secondary education. And I think that this is a massive achievement that our societies, our economies, and our policies as well have contributed to. In that respect, the second message is very clear. I think that the increased access to higher education, which is not always encompassed with also higher graduation rates, is the result of an interaction between probably three types of factors. One is the needs of expanding economies and more demanding labor markets. The second is just following the socioeconomic development of countries. We have to take also into account the expectations of families, individuals, and countries as well that follow the universalization of secondary education. So there is a push, for getting more education. And finally, I think that the third factor is a number of supportive public policies, including the expansion of the provision in different ways. And I think that in these days, we're going to talk also about the role that technology is playing, innovative approaches to learning, assessment, and certification. And this is going to be one of the topics we are going to see today. Now, the third message is more about the persistence of some issues that we still have in front of us. Let me just mention two of them: performance and equity. And I think that we have to realize that the expansion of higher education has been done at the expense of the most vulnerable in many societies, also in the wealthy countries. Not all segments of society are equally able to benefit from access to higher education. And this is seen particularly when you look at graduation and certification rates, which remain closely linked to socioeconomic status. So there is a lot of room for us to be innovative, both in terms of policy making, of policy formulation, implementation, and evaluation, as well as finding new approaches to teaching and learning, and of course, accreditation. And it is really a huge pleasure for me to chair today's session, because we are going to see just a little bit of the two. The first one is going to see to be an opportunity to see how Malaysia, in particular, is looking at this kind of stressing path of making sure that you not only increase access to higher education, but you also promote graduation rates, and doing that having in mind an equity perspective. It is really my pleasure to welcome Honorable Minister of Higher Education of Malaysia, Professor Noraidi Ahmad.
Distinguished guests and participants of the International Policy Forum 2021, ladies and gentlemen, greetings from the Ministry of Higher Education Malaysia, and a warm welcome to all. First and foremost, I would like to congratulate the host of this forum, the International Institute for Education Planning, UNESCO, the Commonwealth Tertiary Education Facility, Universiti Sains Malaysia, the Department of Higher Education, the Malaysian Qualifications Agency, and the Malaysia National Commission for UNESCO. It is a great honor for me to deliver the keynote speech at this forum. I have been informed that this 3-day forum is packed with insightful presentations and sharing sessions by distinguished speakers and experts on higher education. My team from the Department of Higher Education, MOHI, namely Professor Dr. Robia Yunus, the Deputy Director General of Higher Education, and Associate Professor Dr. Wan Zuhainis, the Director of the Academic Excellence Division, will be the discussants at this forum. They will be able to provide insights on the Malaysian higher education system and respond to any related questions. Ladies and gentlemen, in the early 2000s, part-time programs and long-distance or off-campus programs were first offered by Universiti Technology Mara, UiTM, and USM Penang. Malaysia then realized a growing demand for furthering education among working adults, which was widely known to aid them in getting promoted at their workplace. Following this, the Malaysian government acknowledged lifelong learning as a necessary investment to develop Malaysia through a knowledge-based economy. Therefore, in the 8th Malaysia Plan, 2001 to 2005, the government introduced the policy on lifelong learning that formed the basis for the development of strategic initiatives at the ministry level. It was an overarching national policy supporting flexible learning pathways that focus on the outcomes. This included the increased participation in higher education, better responsiveness to diverse student needs, reduced dropout rates, strengthening of equity in the progression of studies, facilitation of the labor market re-entry, career progression, and improvement in general education levels of the Malaysian society. Ladies and gentlemen, the focus on human capital through education continued in the 9th Malaysia Plan, 2006 to 2010. High priority was placed on increasing accessibility to higher education to create a critical mass of trained, skilled, and knowledgeable workers who would be able to sustain economic growth, increase competitiveness, and support a knowledge-based economy. In 2006, MOHI introduced a policy on the open entry and distant learning in the higher education system. This policy allowed for the establishment of public and private higher education institutions to admit applicants based on the assessment of their prior learning experience. Several years later, Malaysia launched its blueprint on the inculturation of lifelong learning for Malaysia in 2013. It was part of the National Higher Education Action Plan 2011 to 2015. One of the proposals was the implementation of the lifelong learning through the Malaysian Qualifications Framework, or MQF. MQF is a national unified system of post-secondary qualification offered in Malaysia by public and private HEIs overseen by MQA and MOHI. The framework presented opportunities for non-traditional or alternative admission pathways in the Malaysia higher education system. To this effect, in 2011, the national policy on the recognition of prior learning, known as the accreditation of prior experiential learning, for admission purposes called APEL A was implemented. APEL is a systematic process that involves the identification, documentation, and assessment of prior experiential learning, which adds knowledge, skills, and attitudes to determine the level at which an individual has achieved the desired learning outcomes. This determines an applicant's access to a program of study and the award of credits. Based on APEL, working adults can gain admission into universities by leveraging their prior learning experiences. They can also use their experiences to earn credits in order to shorten their study duration. With the employment of APEL, the notion of implementing a complementary instrument was explored. In the Malaysia Education Blueprint, Higher Education 2015-2025, the massive opened online courses such as MOOC was introduced. MOOC is a method of teaching and learning that takes advantage of technology to improve quality and increase access to education. Another initiative is the Micro-credential courses, which represents a certification of learning based on a smaller set of courses, modules, or units. Micro-credential were designed to provide learners with the knowledge, skills, values, and competencies in the specific area of study and practice that are viewed suitable for non-traditional learners. As a result to the development of flexible learning pathways, student enrollment in Malaysia HEIs increased from approximately 1.1 million in 2010 to 1.3 million in 2018. More than half of the enrollment were recorded in private HEIs. Ladies and gentlemen, it is anticipated that jobs related to cybersecurity, big data, data protection, artificial intelligence, and robotics will see a surge in demands as Malaysia implements strategic initiatives in the context of Fourth Industrial Revolution, or 4IR. Thus, there is a need for most of the working population to have their qualifications upgraded and their skills as well as knowledge enhanced to align with the revolution. The Malaysia Education Blueprint, Higher Education 2015-2025, based on the 11 Malaysian plan that focuses on the lifelong learning, aims to enable Malaysians to meet the changing demands of the high-income economy and maximize the potential of individuals who are currently outside the workforce through reskilling and upskilling opportunities. Access for non-traditional learners to higher education, particularly the B40 group and persons with disabilities, was clearly spelled out as an important strategic direction in the 11 Malaysia Plan 2016-2020. The main agenda of the plan was to boost the bottom 40% of household and other disadvantaged groups by increasing the number of degree holders from 9% to 20% by 2020. Ladies and gentlemen, the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals, or SDGs 2016-2030, covers the economic, environmental, and social pillars of sustainable development with a strong focus on equity. There are 17 goals in total, and the fourth goal focuses on education to ensure inclusive and equitable quality and promote lifelong learning opportunities for all. With the implementation of the SDGs in general and SDGs 4 in particular, special emphasis has been given to the access of higher education. The Malaysian education system is in tune with this goal. This can be seen in the shift of the Malaysian national policy from lifelong learning for human resource development and competitiveness to offering equity group access to higher education. The 4IR possesses a challenge, particularly in terms of how people with disabilities, the disadvantaged, and other equity groups fit into the national framework for the 4IR, which is technology intensive. Therefore, I believe that it is critical to consider the learning needs of equity groups and those intending to return to higher education with lower than required academic qualifications for admission into HIIs. Ladies and gentlemen, Malaysia is honored to be part of the case studies of the research project on the SDG 4 regarding flexible learning pathways in higher education under the IIEP-UNESCO. As the Minister of Higher Education Malaysia, I am happy that through this, we can share our initiatives with other countries. And most importantly, we have the chance to reflect on the outcomes and improve on the implementations of the flexible learning pathway initiatives in our HIIs. There is also room for improvement. We must keep asking ourselves, are we doing enough to ensure that no one is left behind? Once again, I would like to congratulate and express my thanks to Malaysian counterpart as co-organizing committee of the forum chaired by Associate Professor Dr. Muhammad Saiful Bari of USM. Thank you also to CTEF, the Department of Higher Education, USM, MQA, and the Malaysian National Commission for UNESCO for being part of the team. On the final note, I truly hope that this forum will open new avenues for future collaborations. I wish everyone a wonderful and fruitful time at the International Policy Forum 2021. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you very much for this wonderful speech where we have seen just the first example of how learning pathways can be better understood and better used if seen in the wider context of lifelong learning policies, as well as a policy intended to promote access to education for reskilling and upskilling the labor force. I think that the minister has also put an emphasis on the important equity concerns that those new initiatives also bring with them, and has demonstrated in which ways Malaysia is also addressing them. One of the things that the minister has mentioned has been the increasing importance not only of MOOCs, but also of micro-credentials, which I think are a very promising avenue for innovation when it comes to speed credentialing, thinking of the needs of a dynamic labor market. Now, it is my pleasure to introduce a dedicated keynote speech on micro-credentials, focusing particularly in the particular context of European countries. It is my pleasure to introduce Peter van der Hinden, Higher Education Strategy Advisor, who is going to speak to us from Brussels in Belgium. Professor van der Hinden, the floor is yours.
Activate. Good morning. Hello, everybody. Greetings from Brussels. For me, it's an honor. It's also a pleasure to give a keynote speech on this forum. I thank very much IIEP and the co-organizers. You've worked hard and you've chosen a highly relevant topic, and I'm happy to contribute together with the minister to the kickoff of our discussions in the coming days. My topic as regards the flexible learning paths. Now, I try to move the slides. Yes, my topic for the flexible learning paths are the micro-credentials. Whoop, there they are. That's the title. Go back. It's a very sensitive apparatus. Well, I try again to be slow. That's my face.
Let me take control of the slides.
I'm very grateful.
Yeah.
To the organizers. Wonderful. So yes, we can have the first slides with the topic.
Just a second.
Okay. Nice to see you all continents. Impressive. Voila, micro-credentials, the title. I will say something in my presentation. I've put it in 3 parts. What are these micro-credentials? This new feature. Try to explain that. I will address a few of the common fears. People sometimes get nervous of the idea of these small pieces of learning. So let's see what the big concerns are and how we can mitigate them. And then I will give examples from the EU. I'm from Brussels. I know the European system. I will also give, that's Europass, that's an activity supporting micro-credentials in Europe. I will give an example from Belgium, Flanders, from France. I've added the Netherlands. And what I could have done, I could have used the example of Malaysia, the model just explained by the minister, which is an excellent example of how to organize things in a holistic way. And that's very encouraging that the co-organizer, Malaysia, has shared that with us now in this very moment. Now, before I address these 3 elements, what are the micro-credentials, what are people afraid of, and how to put it in practice with examples. Before doing that, I want to address something that also Francesc Pedro and the minister has addressed, and that is why. Why are we doing this? Next slide. Why micro-credentials? Well, there was a French author in 19th century, Victor Hugo, and he is supposed to have said, there's no real trace, but he's supposed to have said that, in French, of course, that rien n'est plus puissant qu'une idée dont le temps est venu. So nothing is more powerful than an idea whose time has come. Let me tell you, time has come for the micro-credentials. No matter how you call them, time is right. And why time is right? Well, I put 3 elements on the screen, also mentioned by the previous speakers. First, there is a demand for new competences. People need to train and retrain, and they need to be able to do so in ways that are easily accessible. Entry points, exit points, certification, all that. The new competences that the people need on this planet are a mix of old and new. It's the digital, it's the green, how to organize the transition to a green sustainable economy. Of course, when you train on a topic. You just don't train in the blue. You have a topic to deal with. I call it a technical thing. It can be law or dentistry or bookkeeping or nursing, but that's the technical knowledge, which remains important. Nowadays, interdisciplinary, connected with STEM, science, technology, education, and math, also the arts, and the soft skills, cooperation, teamwork, communication, leadership, all this is part of the package of learning. It's content-driven, technology, law, medicine, nursing, business studies, music, but also the interdisciplinary, also the soft skills. And we have to, there's another reason why we need micro-credentials. It is to avoid what Professor Markovic has called the meritocracy trap, because we have the degree system, and we are so happy if our children do a bachelor or a master, but that is also a kind of a monopoly. that's also a divide between the people with a degree and without a degree. And this divide is too big. And we need to find ways to address this degree monopoly. We love the degrees for the young people, 18 to 24, but we have to find new access into higher education and avoid this opportunity trap, this meritocracy trap. You should do also something for others, the ins and the outs. Well, don't forget the outs, and micro-credentials could be a way to address the equity, as Francesc addressed in his speech and as the minister addressed. Second point, we have new pedagogies. We have learned a lot from each other, how to teach better, interactive, student-centered, challenge, the learning paths, the topic of this conference, continuous assessment, not assessment at the end of a year, but more frequent feedback, digital learning analytics. Now with the online, you know your student better than you knew before. Even artificial intelligence will play a big role in education on the part of the students, on the part of the teachers. And good examples of really appealing, nice, interactive, social learning you find in some of the better MOOCs. And we all know some of the better MOOCs. And a micro-credential is another word for a MOOC or short learning. It's a new term en vogue. Now, the third point, why is time ripe? Time is ripe because we have this digital certification. Before, you never knew, is this real? Is this true? Is this a serious provider? Is this university really existing? Is this degree existing? Is this person doing the test, or is it the twin sister of the person doing the test? All this becomes more serious and more secured because of the digital certification. We now have these signed certificates digitally. We have the sovereign, which expresses the identity that you have as an individual. We have the new Europass. We'll come to speak about that. We have even a club of data handling organizations and experts. This club is called Groningen Declaration Network, the national depositories of diplomas and of certificates of these planets have a club. Now, all this material is now supporting the next step, which are the micro-credentials. Next slide. Thank you. Well, here I try to put everything on one slide. If you forget my speech, I hope you will take home a copy of this slide, because it contains a description and it contains the way forward. Because what is a micro-credential? There are different ways to look at a micro-credential. If you hear the term, what comes first to mind? Well, I put here 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 possibilities. The micro-credentials is a proof. It's an envelope. It's like your diploma. And nowadays, of course, it should be a digitally certified credential. You can put it on the wall as a piece of paper, but you should also have it saved on the cloud in a way that's accessible to you and that is safe. So it's a certificate, like before we had the bachelor diploma you put on the wall. Number two, it's not only the certificate, it is also the learning outcomes. When I say I have a micro-credential, or when I say I have a bachelor, I have learning outcomes. There's content there. It's not just paper and credits. So in the case of micro-credentials, it is a small volume of learning. It's not a half a year or maybe maximum half a year, maybe 1 week, maybe 3 weeks, but it's not a year or 2 years. It is small. Number three, this learning, does it fall from the sky? No, you have learned. You have gone through a short learning experience. A week, 3 weeks, a month, a short learning experience. So that's also a way to look at a micro-credential. It's like a module. Now, some people are very smart and they learn through life. They learn on the job. They learn through work experience. They don't want to do a short learning experience, but they have the same learning outcomes. They have the same competences. So a micro-credential, a certificate, a proof, can also be based on prior learning in the classroom, but also prior learning outside the classroom. For instance, a work experience which is well assessed. With a good test, you can prove that you have the learning outcomes, small volume, and you get the certificate without attending the module. This is also possible. Now, another way of looking at micro-credentials is again, this certificate. It is a personal thing. I have a bachelor with my name. I'm a named individual. And it's a named bachelor degree. It has my name, it has the name of the provider, or it has the name of the assessor. So the micro-credential is something that is individual. It belongs to you. It has your name, and it has a few other important pieces of information on it. Yes, individual, but it can be also a national thing. My micro-credential on bookkeeping can be registered on a national qualification list. Like in every country, you have in the qualification framework, the bachelors, the masters, the doctors. Maybe we should also put lifelong learning courses. Many countries are doing this. VET courses, general education courses. Then the micro-credential is not individual, it is something of collective. Maybe it's the state. In most cases, it's the state, and it's linked to the national qualification framework. In Europe, my part of the world, we have a European qualification framework. We have one from level 1 to 8. It's called EQF. We have one for the bachelor, master, and doctor, and the short cycle. That is the Bologna one, but they are very close. And what do they do? As you know, qualification frameworks, they have levels, standards, they describe the learning outcomes, and this can be used by the providers to offer courses, and the learner and the employer will understand, aha, you have bookkeeping at level 4, or you have a module, micro-credential of bookkeeping on level 5. That is a nice piece of information for the learner, for the provider, for the employer. Now, if these are 6 definitions, no, the 6 meanings of the micro-credential, this begs the question, where do I find all of this? And now it becomes highly practical to make the micro-credential a living thing and something that learners and parents and students and employers and providers will understand and are able to work on. We need something very boring. We need a telephone book, or we need a register. We need a catalog. So I've been thinking last week, and I saw, wow, maybe 5. You need a register of, as I say, the national qualifications, bachelor, master, doctor in law, in medicine, in business, in music. Well, maybe we also need a few hundred or a few thousand micro-credentials in the national qualification lists. I know in France, they are now close to 30,000. And why not? You can pick and choose from that list. Some countries even call it micro-qualifications. Some countries even call it micro-degree. Doesn't matter, but you have to be able to find it somewhere. Then we have the second register is the providers. Who produces these nice courses? Well, let's make a list. In Europe, we have ECAR, which is a list of quality assurance agency and reports of quality assurance agencies. Well, maybe ECAR can become the list of institutions that are accredited and that provide not only bachelors and masters, but also micro-credentials. So that's useful for everybody. The courses themselves, where do I find them? Well, you find them at websites of the universities. You will find them at the websites of the private and other providers. Maybe you find them on the website of LinkedIn or the labor agency in your country. I call that catalogs. It's not so much a register. It's a bit lighter, but it's hyper useful to have these catalogs. Then, next step, if all of this exists, and it is already existing in a number of countries, what does this mean for a learner if you do in the summer a micro-credential and then in September you start to study? Well, maybe you could get a waiver. And instead of doing complicated negotiations, I invite, and the Bologna digital report of 2018, we invite universities and other providers, if you have a program in law or medicine or history, why not put on your website 1, 2, 3 micro-credentials that are so good that you can give a waiver in year 1, in year 2, and year 3. That would enormously help the learner. So that's another catalog. Catalogs of prior learning assessment. Yes, as I mentioned before, maybe you don't need to do the training. Maybe you don't need to do the short learning experience. Maybe you have learned it on the job. Well, then there should be an office in town or on the website where you can go, where you can do a test, a serious test, and where you get a certificate. So I think we need a list, let's call it catalog or something else, of prior learning assessments on offer. And that's these are all these. What this slide is someone to take home, and it's one to work on for the universities and for the ministries and for people that inform learners, guiders and counselors, employers, recruitment officers. Next slide. Okay. I gave you a few elements. Now, in my part of the world, in Europe, we are trying, and I say trying, we are not there yet, to come up with a definition. And that's not so easy, because some people have a higher education brain, other people have a VAT way of looking at the world. Some people think learner, other people think provider, other people think of consumer protection. So what the hell to put in a definition? Well, this is just an attempt. Now you see there it says proof, it says short learning experience. Well, not necessarily, I think. Transparent standards, okay. You see the document here, you see the learning outcomes, you see the qualification framework. Here you see a nice thing, owned by the learner. So let's empower the learner. Portable, you can take it along to your next study program or to your employer. Maybe you can put it together to build a bachelor that is stackable or combinable. And of course, quality assurance. These are elements of the definition of the EU, but it's work in progress. Maybe Malaysia is faster than Europe. Doesn't matter, we will learn from each other, but we have to conclude, because this year in Europe, at least, the Council of Education Ministers will agree on a European framework for micro-credential, the European approach, which includes, of course, a definition. So we're close to having it. Next point. Next slide. Okay, what's in there? What is now the essence? And this is more the envelope, but of course, it's also the learning. What do you want to see? As an employer or as a university when a student knocks on your door? Well, you want to see the name, identification, the title, the country where it was issued, the body, maybe it's in most cases it will be a university, higher education institution, maybe it's a testing agency, is the awarding body, could be. You want to see the learning outcomes, what do you know, what you can do. How independent and autonomous are you in executing the things you know? That's the learning outcomes. The level, so that can be bachelor, master, it can be level 1 to 8, depending on your qualification framework. You have the European one, you have the national ones, you even have, good news, sectoral ones. You have one for the military, you have one for the nurses, you have one for the biologists, you have one for the mathematicians. Very useful if you are a dean to design a program, if you can look at the sectoral qualification framework. In Europe, there's a project called Tuning Educational Structures. They've worked with colleagues in Africa, in Asia, Latin America, and they've tried to put on 1 page or 2 pages, what is a nurse, what is a lawyer, what is a business engineer. It's not the law, but it's very useful as a reference. That's a sectoral qualification framework. Okay, workload, you need to know how long it takes. And we have the ECTS system is based on the time of the student, time to learn, time to do exam, time to read. And this is the average student. Now, nobody is average. Everybody is different. But if I start a micro-credential, I want to know, normally speaking, if I'm reasonably intelligent, would it take me a week, 6 months, or a year, or 3 years? Of course, time is important as an indication. You may be quick, you may be slow, but you want to know roughly what it takes. And therefore, we have the ECTS credit system. Assessment should be mentioned. How has this been tested? Was it just being present in the classroom, or was it a real test? And what kind of test? That's important to know. Quality assurance, is the provider accredited? You want to know. Or maybe the course is the provider is very new, but we got positive feedback from learners. Can also be interesting. Anything about quality assurance is relevant. Next point, next slide, sorry. Building blocks, yes. First, can I ask the organizers how much time I have left?
Sorry, Peter, you have around 10 minutes left.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Okay, now the next slide, the slide we are on now. No, sorry, go back. Yeah, this one is the important word here in the title is the word take up. Because all this talking about micro-credentials is very nice. And it reminds me of the lifelong learning. We are talking about lifelong learning for 50 years. When I was young, it was called éducation permanente. Only we forgot to organize offer and demand. And I will say also with the other slides something on how we can stimulate the offer and how we can stimulate demand. Because otherwise things won't move. The definition is not enough. Now, but okay, it's there. Point one, definition, we talked about it. Number two, information elements. Yes, if you say, I'm doing a micro-credential. Oh, and what will you learn? Well, I don't know. How long will it take? No clue. Well, that's not good. Eh? So you need the information elements. We saw them in the definition. I think, and all people I speak to say, when you have a micro-credential, you want to know where can I put it, more or less, in the qualification framework. Is it very basic, or is it more like level 5, or is it more like a bachelor? Is it would this micro-credential really fit a doctoral candidate, or would it fit more a master student, or would it fit more a bachelor student? Of course, the micro-credential is not a bachelor, it's not a master, but would it fit within? Does it require the same kind of learning skills? So that's the qualification framework. We came to speak about it, including the national and the sectoral ones. Quality assurance, yeah, we need some standards. Well, the first standard for me is very superficial. You have to have a solid description. If a provider makes the effort of describing the learning outcomes, describing the quality assurance, indicating the level, indicating the duration, these elements, level, duration, learning outcomes, quality assurance, type of testing, that's quite something. If you have to sit down for your module or your micro-credential, you have to put that on paper, it requires serious thinking and hard work. So that in itself is quality is for me a quality assurance standard. But of course, you can also look, and you should also look at the quality of pedagogy and at the quality of the teaching staff. Maybe you should look at the organization and the learning environment. And for this, in Europe, we have ESG, we have European Standards and Guidelines. They're quite neutral. I think they're also interesting for other continents to use in the way that they see fit. So micro-credentials, just as a definition, just as something in the air, doesn't work. It needs quality assurance, of course. It needs credits. We discussed that. It's not only credits. It's not only duration. Credits implies that you have the learning outcomes defined. Not an easy task. We all speak about it. Very few of us have done it. Then, in this ecosystem, in this environment of the micro-credential, in the context, someone has to speak about recognition. What will happen with the micro-credential if I knock on the door of an employer or a university? Is a university willing to look at this? We have the Lisbon Recognition and the Global Recognition Convention of UNESCO. Council of Europe in Europe with UNESCO together. All these elements need to be organized by employers, by institutions of higher education. The portability issue, the next one, issuing. As someone has to put, it's like with blockchain or another technique, it has to be in the cloud somewhere. Well, it has to be issued, it has to be signed, it has to be stored. You should be able to share it. This has to be organized. Platform solutions. Yes, there are thousands of courses. Do you have to log in with the website of the 40,000 universities in the world? Or are there platforms? We know there are platforms, they're commercial platforms, high performing. There are also public platforms. I know Germany is launching a plan for a national platform. I think this is important. Platforms that they use the same elements of definition so that the user can find its way. I quote an insurance company CEO who said, the 2-click car insurance. If you have to click 3 times for your car insurance, you go to another company. So maybe we need a 2-click micro-credential registration with checks or blockchain checks that can make 2-click even possible in future. We need to have quick and light and reliable measures of getting access to the provision. And last but not least, stimulate the uptake. I'll come to speak about examples where countries really stimulate offer and demand. Next slide, thank you. Yeah, micro-credentials. Some professors start to tremble when they hear micro-credentials. They get totally shocked and nervous and worried for good reasons. Let's look at these reasons. Coherence, quality, and fraud. People think that if you do micro-credentials, then your study is no longer coherent. Because at the university, you get a real program, 3 years, it's well organized, it's structured, it has a sequence, and it builds you as a learner, but also as a social person in community with the other learners and the teachers. And that is a good thing. This will always remain for young people, for not so young people, 18 to 24, other people that have time to do 1 year, 2 year, a bachelor, a master, fantastic. But next to that, and before that, before, during, and after your bachelor, and before, during, and after your master, you can follow short courses, like you read books, like you watch TV. You can do a micro-credential, and it can make you a better student. And it gives you insights. So if people do funny combinations, dentistry and Arab grammar, why not? If you like it, it's interesting, you learn. Of course, for a dentist, you need some sequence of courses that you study. You need practical training. We all know that. But it's very good in life in general to be a bit mixing. And if you go to your platform, the platform will nudge you to the other course, like with YouTube. You go for jazz, the next song is a jazz song. So if you go for micro-credential on accounting, the next micro-credential will be on accounting. So I'm not so worried that people do funny things. First of all, I think people should do funny things. It's good to mix, to learn something different, to look over the fence. But ultimately, people are quite conservative. They will be guided. And the degree awarding institution, the university, will ultimately decide which combination of micro-credentials and study at the university, what combination, in what percentage will lead to a degree. So guidance will help to put coherence to the micro-credentials that people study, on the one hand. So don't worry, relax. And on the other hand, accept the fact that people do funny things. That's only good for the brain. Next point, quality. People think, a micro-credential, online, dangerous. Well, I find a lecture on Tuesday morning, 10 weeks in a row, by Professor X. I find that more dangerous, more worrying in terms of quality than a micro-credential. Of course, the professor is working hard, taking care of the quality, but we all know that the quality is mixed. If you do a micro-credential on bookkeeping, on French language or Spanish or Chinese, if you do a micro-credential on any topic and it's online, it better be good. You cannot put shit online. Well, you can, but the learner will vote not with the feet, but will vote with the mouse. So I'm not so worried. Micro-credentials are in the limelight. That's number one. They're in the public eye, much more in the public eye than the lecture on Tuesday morning by Professor X. And very important, micro-credentials are produced by institutions that are on the list, that are accredited, that have internal quality assurance, that is reliable and checked every 5 years. And last but not least, now with the internet, we have third-party endorsements. You can look at your Facebook page, or you can look at other websites that people say, this is a good micro-credential. I know that if a university accepts a micro-credential produced by the World Meteorological Institute or the Red Cross, and the micro-credential that the Red Cross has produced for its own staff, and it's accepted by 5 universities, well, who needs accreditation? Of course, the universities are accredited, but if they accept this course from the Red Cross or from another organization, NGO, or from Microsoft, my guess is this is a good course. And colleagues, we accept mobility of students. We accept Erasmus 6 months, a year in another country. We don't worry. We accept work placements by companies that we know. So why should we worry all the time about a micro-credential? Next is fraud. Fraud, yes, of course you can cheat online. Of course your twin sister can sit the exam, but there are techniques around it. In Berlin, there's even a hall where you can do an exam, like a Faraday cave. No signals can come in. You can have open book exams. All things can be solved. And by the way, fraud is part of life. Cheating is also a competence. But you cheat yourself if you don't learn seriously and do a good test. Next one. Now examples. I will give one European example and I give a few country examples. The European example of organizing micro-credentials is the Europass. We all know Europass of the CV, model CV. It has been downloaded more than 90 million times, 90, in the past years. Now it will be online and it will be in the cloud, and you can put your bachelor, your master, your driving license, and your micro-credentials. You have your own portfolio. It says to the left, it has all kinds of functions, has a library. You can also start reflecting on your skills. You can even do tests, self-assessment tools, it says on the screen. You can then find out which employers like those courses. You can even, point 4, find jobs and find other courses in your field. And
Peter, I'm sorry, you have a couple of minutes left.
Very good. Thank you very much. That's useful. And once we have all these registers online and all this data, it's even a bit scary. It's a big brother, because you can start to analyze what courses are available. Do they match with regional and national labor market needs? what can we recommend our learners to do as a next step? Can we nudge them to the next course? That's the intelligence around this, not only the learning analytics, but also the skills intelligence. And next slide. Yeah, the country's examples. Flanders has certificates. It is part of the recognition of prior qualifications and prior competences. And you can do these tests for the informal and non-formal learning. And Flanders will transform this system, because we all have it in our countries across the world, but to transform this into the logic of micro-credentials and the logic of having your degrees and your qualifications in the clouds. France is a wonderful example. They have the register of qualifications, where you all find all the micro-credentials or Micro-Qualifications or whatever they are called, thousands of them. You can click, you can find your program of study, and you can register with a reliable institution, public or private, and you have 500 euro. Or if you have no job, you have 800 euro, and you can do the course. And the employers will know and like what you do, because it's on the list. And then you have 100 euros less, and you can do another course. The Netherlands, I want to mention this one because the Netherlands is doing a pilot, and I think it's very wise for the country, the members of UNESCO, to do a pilot and to test.
Peter, you are muted, I think.
Myself? Someone muted me, maybe because I should stop talking. Thank you very much for your attention. Looking forward to your questions.
Thank you very much, Peter. You weren't muted for this reason, so no problem. I hope that you will have some more time in this Q&A session that is now going to start. We have in front of us around 20 minutes, and I would like to acknowledge the presence of two representatives of the Ministry of Higher Education of Malaysia, and who are also willing to answer whatever questions you may have concerning the minister's speech. Let me maybe use the privilege of being the moderator of this session to start by asking a question to each of them, and also a third one to Peter. In the meantime, please think about the possibility of raising your hand, so I, as a moderator, can see if anyone is willing to take. I see already, yes, a couple of three. So let me first use my privilege and invite Professor Dr. Robia Yunus, who is the Deputy Director General of the Department of Higher Education at the Ministry in Malaysia. And I'd like very much to ask him a very specific question. Minister Noraini has presented the evolution in a very clear way of the frameworks, of the different policy frameworks in Malaysian higher education. We got really a very nice picture. Since the year 2000, these frameworks have tended to focus on human resource development. But I think that we all noted that more recently, there has been a kind of a shift to some kind of equity concerns. At least that was my own impression. Would you kindly explain the reason for this shift and how the ministry intends to reconcile both these focus on human resource development, human capital development, and the current equity concerns? Professor Yunus, the floor is yours. And welcome, by the way.
Question, Francis. Thank you so much. I agree. It is important that Ministry of Education to have a strategy to reconcile these two concerns. Yeah, the human resource development and how does that balance or address the issue of equity concern. In Malaysia, the demand for higher education goes in parallel with the demand for highly skilled and knowledgeable workers, especially when Malaysia begins to implement strategic initiative in the context of Fourth Industrial Revolution. As mentioned by the Minister in her keynote speech, the 4IR or the Fourth Industrial Revolution poses a challenge for Malaysia particularly in terms of how people with disabilities, the disadvantaged, and other equity groups fit into the national framework for the 4IR, which is, as we know, is technology intensive. It will be even more critical to consider the learning needs of disadvantaged and marginalized group and those intending to return to higher education with slightly lower required academic qualification for admission into higher education institution. The strategy that we have currently was based on our 10th Malaysia plan, which was formulated with a focus on the vision of achieving a prosperous and equitable society, regardless of gender, ethnic group, socio-economic status, ability, and geography. The focus was to address poverty and socio-economic imbalance, especially for our bottom 40% household. The Malaysian population demographic and characteristic have important implication for the labor force. It was reported that more than 30% of the working age population was outside the labor force. Meanwhile, although Malaysian women have high levels of educational attainment, their labor market participation remain low. With the setup of a women's ministry in year 2000, among the agendas was the female of workforce and leadership must increase, female-headed household and single mothers must be addressed. Same goes with the groups of persons with disability, which we call PWD. The establishment of the PWD Act in 2008 and the Department of Social Welfare Malaysia have pushed and highlighted the issues concerning a high number of population under this category, the PWD category, that are having problems maintaining their life in a society. As for the higher education is concerned, since 2006, the National Education Policy Agenda has included alternative admission and study pathways to higher education to cater for the needs of non-traditional students. As mentioned also by the Minister, Malaysia has introduced an initiative called APEL, or Accreditation of Prior Experiential Learning, to facilitate the widening of access to higher education and a flexible learning environment in Malaysia. APEL has been serving primarily two national objectives. One as a site tool, and on the other hand, the human resource development tool. These twofold purposes is well reflected in the recent national policies. In addition, in line with the SDG 4, which stipulates that countries accept to ensure inclusive and equitable quality education and to promote lifelong learning, Malaysia's Shared Prosperity Vision 2030 has provided a vital strategy policy direction to re-examine the situation of equity groups in terms of higher education, admission, and also attainment. With that, Francis, I hope that answers your question, and I pass it back to you. Thank you, Francis.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Professor Yunus. It was very, very clear. Now, we have also among us Professor Dr. Wan Suhaini, who is Director of the Academic Excellence Division, also at the Department of Higher Education in Malaysia. And I would like very much to ask one question to her. One of the things that was really amazing from the minister's presentation was precisely how we saw the shift to more flexible entry requirements into Malaysian higher education. I think my impression is that Malaysia is nowadays one of the countries in Asia having the or being the most open when it comes to re-entering or entering for the first time higher education. I was wondering if you have any data in particular in terms of the results of this policy, be that learning outcomes or labor market entry of those who use the benefit of APEL since you changed the policy, since you introduced the policy in 2006. The floor is yours.
Okay. Thank you very much. So the Malaysian Qualification Agency
which is under the Ministry of Higher Education, has introduced this, as mentioned by Prof. Rubia just now, the accreditation of the prior experiential learning APEL, which enables individuals who have work experience but lack of formal academic qualifications to pursue their studies at higher education institutions. So in short, APEL provides an alternative entry route to formal programs of study certificate level 3 MQF to master level MQF. So that is the Malaysian qualification framework. Now, through recognition of learning and experiences, regardless of how and where it was required. So beginning 2015 till this year, 2021, June, candidates applied for APEL A accreditation. Out of this figure, 4,699 candidates, about 21% that actually have passed the APEL assessment. 60% candidates actually have withdrawn actually from the assessment, but and we also have some data that actually students have failed the assessment, about only about 2%. So in 2020, the MQA, the agencies, Malaysian Qualification Agency, also have done a survey on APEL, and on the graduate year of 2020 survey findings that within that total respondents, about nearly 2,000 respondents, 65% are male, and 25, and the age is about 36 to 40, and some of them, for example, like ongoing students, 695 students, we have 69% of them actually part-time, doing part-times, and about over 200 are actually graduates. So in terms of the labor market, for example, out of that 256 graduates, 8% is actually from top management group, 45% from the management and professional group. Administrative executive, for example, we have is about 20% of the group, and support group, about 17% are actually from the support group, and 10% are from the others group. So currently, MQA together with the other divisions in the Ministry of Higher Education, we are planning on a special APEL program targeting the disabled and also people with disabilities, and B40 as one of the important lifelong learning initiatives under this the strategic planning for 2021-2025. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I mean, thank you for providing that whole picture. I think that there are many more questions also that could be raised. I see that 3 hands raised from our participants. So I'm going to suggest the following. I'm going to mention the 3 individuals who have raised their hand. Those are Marianne Persons, Julie Reddy, and Vesa Taatila. I'm going to give you the floor. Please ask your question or make your comment. If it is a question and you could be precise about whether it is addressed to Professor van der Hinten or to Malaysia, simply let us know. So first, Marianne Persons, please, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, and thank you very much for the very interesting keynote speeches. Actually, I have a question to all the keynote speakers, and this is: where do you see the role of UNESCO as a standard-setting organization, also in preparation of the World Conference on Higher Education? concerning this difficult problem of the micro-credentials. Peter referred mainly to transparency, the qualifications frameworks, and to quality assurance. But in UNESCO, we usually work in a triangle, not only transparency and quality assurance, but also recognition. And is there not, as Directors' Conference in my country proposed, is there not room for UNESCO to include the micro-credentials in the recognition conventions to make sure that the public responsibility of education is respected, that the education remains affordable, that there is a coherence, etc., etc. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I suggest to the panelists that we wait until we have the 3 questions so you can address them in a row. Okay, so let's go for the second one, which is Julie Reddy from South Africa. Julie, the floor is yours.
Yeah, nice to connect with you again, Peter, and good afternoon all. My question is recognition of learning as a micro-credential only possible through certified assessments? I'm really grappling with this concept. I'm going to put my video on because it affects my connectivity. But what about non-formal learning that might be linked to learning outcomes, but does not lead to credits or a qualification because it's neither assessed nor certified? We used to be able to make this visible as a credential on our CVs and resumes, but going forward might no longer be able to make this visible and get it recognized. And in some cases, it's likely to lead to employment opportunities. For example, you're auditioning to play a musical instrument in an orchestra. It's not credited, neither is it assessed learning, but it is a credential that you do have that you are making visible and having it recognized. So I'm struggling to get my head around why a learning credential must always be formalized and certified. And should the requirement not instead be a truthful declaration of its status in whatever way you present it? Because I'm worried that we're trying to fit non-formal and informal learning in the lifelong learning trajectory into a formal recognition certification paradigms. Square pegs into round holes to preserve the sanctity of higher education in its present guise. And it might be an exclusionary practice. And secondly, just very quickly, how do we avoid the capture of micro-credentials to suit the narrow needs of meeting labor force needs? Formalizing these short courses, in my view, as micro-credentials can serve the purposes of meeting job descriptions and at the expense of the individual and social aspirations of lifelong learning. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I think that in both cases, both questions look also as very critical. So I'm looking forward to getting the responses. But first of all, let me invite the very last contributor, who is Beza Kakila. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much, and thank you for excellent presentations. And my question is mainly for Peter, and it's related. I'll continue pretty much from what Julie already asked on some areas, because I've been struggling a bit with this concept of micro-credential for years already, because I see that we have had this both formal and informal additional learning existing already for a while. I think all of us have several diplomas in our own offices as well. And I'm wondering, what is the special part of the micro-credential? Is it just that we have a database of these learning credentials or these diplomas instead of each of us having them in our own CVs and us keeping them on a paper? Or is there something related to this qualification of the service providers? Because again, if I look at my own diplomas, for example, I have several from Microsoft, several from Amazon, and if I'm applying for jobs in IT, I think those are probably rather important regarding the positions I might be applying for. So maybe an additional question also is that how do you see the role of the non-government regulated service providers in this micro-credentials game, because I think we're going to see much more of them in the future. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I think also that the question of the regulation of micro-credentials is very important, it's critical at this moment. So let's do the following. I'm going to invite Professor Yunus, first of all, if she wants to address, pick some of the questions and provide answers to that. Professor Yunus, the floor is yours.
I think most of the questions are about a micro-credential, but I think my colleague, Dr. Wan, is actually an expert on micro-credential, Francis, not me. So
okay.
Maybe over to her.
Okay, with pleasure. Yes, with pleasure. Professor Ruhaini, please.
Yeah, thank you. I think.
Yes, go ahead.
Right. Can you hear me?
Yes.
So I think it's very important that although when we talk about informal learning, lifelong learning, and relate to the micro-credentials, I do agree that when we talk about micro-credential, is actually for a course to be offered in as micro-credentials. We currently in Malaysia, for example, we have the courses from the existing courses that we unbundle it into a micro modules, and we offer it as a micro-credential course with digital badges, for example. So that digital badges can be converted into credentials, can be converted into credits, or that credentials can be a digital badges. So and it can be stackable and cumulative to become a course, for example. So for lifelong learners, I do think that when we actually create these micro-credentials, although it may not be a to be graded, but it is important to have that self-assessment at the same time to know your level of the competency. Your level of competency in terms of what you have learned from the course that is being offered in micro-credentials. So we do also encourage, creativity and innovation in designing the courses that are being offered in micro-credentials. And these micro-credential courses would open up a huge opportunities, not only for those formal students, but also for, especially right now with the pandemic, with those unemployed, retrenched employees, for example, and for upskilling and reskilling. So even in Malaysia right now, not only from the Ministry of Higher Education, but we have from other Ministry of Human Resource, for example, are offering courses for upskilling, reskilling to those unemployed and to the workforce through micro-credentials. So I think it is also very important to for the program owner to identify the courses that are suitable, and of course for the other institution to identify the micro-credential course for lifelong learners, for continuous professional development. So it doesn't have to be in the form to be graded, but I think it is very important to to acknowledge the competence that you obtain from the courses. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now, let's move to Professor van der Linden. I think that there are plenty of questions that we're requesting either additional information or just having a critical perspective on micro-credentials. Exactly. So please, just consider the time. So we are already late. If you can be, as specific as possible in your responses, I think that we all will appreciate. Thank you very much. The floor is yours.
Yeah, thank you, Francesc. I noticed 4 questions. One from Marianne Persoons. Could UNESCO play a role also through adapting or its conventions, and to maybe put extra articles in there or new text? And yes, definitely. I think it would be a wise thing to include this new phenomenon, short courses, micro-qualifications, micro-degree, whatever you call them, to address them in the context of the recognition conventions, the global and the regional ones. And my guess is that you will discover that the tools designed by UNESCO member states in these conventions will by and large apply. And we saw that also in the Bologna and European context, that the tools that were developed, quality assurance, credits, ECTS, that they apply. And that's the good news. But it needs explaining, it needs guidance. So definitely I see a strong role for UNESCO here in this conference kicking off, and maybe at the World Conference next year. Second point, recognition is in future. Now we have this micro-credentials, very nice, says our friend Reddy, but is this not disqualifying the non-certified competences? And I think it should not. I think life is much richer than we can capture in our formalities. So recognition of informal, non-formal learning, music, personal competences, whatever, it all remains, of course, possible. And again, the UNESCO Recognition Convention says things on that this special learning, non-formal and informal, it can be recognized if so wished. And then we have tools and procedures from UNESCO, from the Lisbon Recognition Convention, from Bologna in the European context. It can be recognized through these tools for prior learning, if so wished. It can even be assessed and certified through testing, and then turn your personal learning effort, informal and non-formal, turn it into a micro-credential, if that's what you think is useful. Of course, it's more easy for new programs when they start. If you start a new program or a new course, if you are an education provider or you're an NGO, you might as well have a glance at the standards of the micro-credentials, because they are so obvious. Name, provider, learning outcomes, level, duration. You might as well make use of that when you design your courses. That was point 3, I believe. No, 3 is the content of micro-credentials job oriented? No, not necessarily. Anything goes. I said before, Arab grammar and dentistry, law, music, organizing holidays. You can turn everything into a job. You can turn everything into a hobby. It's up to you. Anything goes in terms of content. Last one, NGOs, can they also be providers? Yes, by all means. Companies, they're welcome. They don't need to follow the recommendations of the EU or UNESCO, but it is a bit odd if you make a course for your company and you don't tell your staff how long it will take. So that's the ECTS. If you don't tell what they will learn, more or less, well, that's the learning outcomes. So it will be hard to look for a course that does not satisfy the requirements. But yes, is it all about registers? A colleague asked. Yes, you make learning visible. You make and there's much more learning going on outside the formal system than inside. Well, let's capture it for those that need it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. It will be very difficult for me to stop here, but I think we have plenty of questions in the chat, and I think that the organizers will certainly collect them, compile them, and send to the speakers for feedback, because we don't have more time. I think that it has been really an impressive session. We have learned a lot about the Malaysian experience, which I think is one of the best examples of how a national policy that was willing at the beginning to ensure lifelong learning opportunities for all and accompany the process of a richer, I would say, and more mature labor market with some initiatives that consisted mainly in creating flexible pathways to higher education. I'd like very much to remind you that, for instance, the recognition of prior experiential learning, the opening for MOOCs and micro-credentials, and then the shift towards more emphasis, not only on reskilling and upskilling, but also considering the needs and the specific situation of equity or vulnerable groups, just reflecting precisely the equity concerns with disadvantaged groups that could be left out of this wonderful pathway towards a knowledge economy in Malaysia and a more socially coherent and consistent society. So that was the first one. We learned also more about the results through the questions addressed to the representatives of Malaysia. And then we dig into the specific opening avenue of micro-credentials. I think that this is a kind of a target in movement where it's very difficult to grasp not only what is going on, because we have seen 3 examples, but also to imagine what is the arrival station of this move towards micro-credentialing. I think that there are many concerns still open about how the state or how the quality assurance agencies dealing with higher education will be able to regulate a very atomized, so to say, world. But at the same time, I mean, there are signs also that the market itself, either seen from the perspective of the learners or from the perspective of the companies and the business, are going to play, the market as itself is going to play a major role. So I wonder exactly, for me, this is a very big question mark, how states, how governments should start, planning for some kind of regulation that protects the rights of citizens, but at the same time, supports innovation. And finding that right balance is going to be really difficult. I mean, technology is providing us with wonderful opportunities, and we have to grasp them. So thank you very much, Professor Yunus, Professor Zuhainis. It has been really a pleasure having you with us, and the same to Professor Peter van der Hinden, and to all of you. Thank you very much. Just a little reminder that we're going to stop for 10 minutes, just an instrumental break, so to say, water, coffee, whatever you need, and we will be back in 10 minutes. Thank you very much to the organizers as well. I hope that you have enjoyed as much as I did. Thank you very much, and don't forget that we will be back in 10 minutes. Thank you, and bye.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
secondary non-tertiary institution. So these findings also indicate that while in most of the surveyed countries, policies exist to support recognition of prior learning, RPL practices based on non-formal and informal learning, and we just discussed this in our earlier session, were less common. Now, just some overview. These are the three different alternative exercise modes that we have identified with our research. So preparatory programs for higher education, recognition of prior learning, and open entry. And I will go now through these one after the other. So let me say some words about preparatory programs. They are created to link upper secondary level and higher education, and they support learners to meet general entry requirements when the learner can be expected to face difficulties when entering academically oriented higher education programs. For instance, when the learner comes from a Tibet background or when he or she comes from a disadvantaged school. The programs are oriented on providing learners with broader skills and knowledge prioritized in the academic setting and in conventional admissions. There can be preparatory courses between upper secondary level and higher education institutions, or preparatory courses can be provided at higher education institutions during the first year of entry. One interesting example comes from Chile, where selected universities and upper secondary schools work together to participate in the program for effective access and support called PACE to ensure the transition of disadvantaged students into higher education. So high-performing students from lower socioeconomic backgrounds receive supplementary tuition organized on evenings or weekends during the last 2 years of upper secondary school to prepare them for access to higher education by emphasizing academic skills needed for students to cope in higher education institutions. Students also receive mentoring and guidance during their first year at university to prevent dropout and support learning outcomes. And the second good practice comes from the UK, United Kingdom, which is the foundational course, which exists already since 2001 and provide connection between further education colleges and universities. So foundation degrees have no generally set entry conditions. It's typically commercial or industrial experience, which may be more important in gaining a place than a formal qualifications, and practical experience is always taken into account. To obtain a bachelor's degree, students have to spend 2 years in a college, during which they gain broader academic and vocational skills and knowledge. They can then transfer to a partner university starting from the 3rd year to gain the full bachelor degrees. And so this pathway supports students often from disadvantaged backgrounds. So open entry. Open entry has been identified as a popular route in many of our case countries in Finland, Chile, Malaysia, India, UK, and Morocco. Open entry is meant for continuous learning, reskilling, and upskilling, but sometimes also to offer learning opportunities to students who could not access higher education. Open entry allows learners to take part in higher education without meeting traditional entry requirements, for instance, through their participation in selected university courses or MOOCs. While credits gained through open studies may also be recognized, typically this pathway does not lead to a formal degree. However, several higher education institutions have begun offering digital credentials or opportunities to recognize a certain share of open entry credits when a student enrolls in a formal degree program. So in this panel, we will hear from Finland, which has created an interesting policy initiative, the so-called open studies. So Finnish universities provide access to those who could not get a study place after secondary schooling. Classes are open to anyone and do not require entry examinations. Open studies have the same content and requirements as traditional programs in public higher education institutions, but they do not lead necessarily to a qualification, but students can gain credit if they are accepted later on to enter into a full higher education degree. So there's also flexibility in access for equity groups. Our research has found that equitable admission policies and practices provide flexibility and have facilitated the access of disadvantaged learners to education in some countries. This is typically achieved through affirmative action policies such as reservation quotas in India or compensation scores, as we have seen in Chile or also in the UK. So reservation quotas can support flexible access to higher education of individuals who have been historically deprived of such opportunities. In India, all universities and colleges are constitutionally required to apply reservation quotas in undergraduate programs for socially disadvantaged groups. Compensatory scores are understood as additional scores or bonus criteria that are added during the admission process to support candidates who have been disadvantaged in the past. In South Africa, some higher education institutions support equity in admissions by applying disadvantaged factors. Okay. And our research has also shown the importance of academic guidance for diverse entry. Academic guidance services are crucial in supporting learners during admissions. Guidance services are channels of information through which learners have access to accurate information about study options and how to navigate these options. The provision of guidance is important, particularly for non-traditional learners, adult learners, and individuals with caring responsibilities whose time is constrained, who may need special support and guidance on access to higher education. So quite a number of countries have already set up information portals, and they play a growing role in the provision of information for students who want to access higher education. So in Chile, there are two platforms for guidance, Mi Futuro, administered by the Ministry of Education, and Elige Carrera, which is the responsibility of the Center for National Education Development. And both platforms provide complementary information to students willing to access higher education in Chile. Here are some main issue points that I want to raise at the end of my presentation. So diverse entry pathways support the policy objective of to improve availability and accessibility to higher education, but they still often do so for the smaller number of higher education learners. Preparatory programs can help to bridge the gap for non-traditional learners, and they are important to enable successful completion. Recognition of prior learning is very important and is becoming increasingly mainstream. It needs both national policies and funding, and it needs institutional investment and commitment, caring policies. And we will hear about this from South Africa. Through open universities and open studies, access can be widened and skills can be developed. But recognition is crucial and remains a challenge in many countries. And I think this is an area where we have to do quite a bit of work still. And last but not least, I want to stop my presentation here. Better information and individualized support is needed to help students make informed study choices. National information platforms can play a crucial role here. So thank you for your kind attention, and I pass it now back to the moderator of the session, Dr. Courtney Brown from Lumina Foundation. Courtney, you have the floor.
Thank you so much, Michaela, and thank you for that great foundation for this conversation. There are obviously many different types of pathways, and I'm really excited to dive deep into two of them with our two speakers today. So first, I'd like to introduce Lisa Weimer. She's a researcher in international higher education at the Finnish Institute for Education Research. She also serves as the Assistant Director for Strategic Partnerships and Initiatives at the Fulbright Finland Foundation. Her research agenda focuses on the intersection of the political economy, policies, and the implementation of international higher education. Ms. Weimer has contributed to numerous international publications, including editing various volumes, authoring journal articles, books, chapters, and commissioned policy papers. I look forward to listening to you, Dr. Weimer, talk about your different the pathways in Finland. And so with that, I will turn it over to you.
Thank you, Courtney, for the warm welcome, and a sincere thank you to IIEP, UNESCO, and our Malaysian colleagues for organizing this very important policy forum. It's a pleasure to present one aspect of the Finnish Flexible Learning Project, Open Studies Pathway. My colleague, Sirpa Moitis, and I jointly conducted this study, the Finnish case study, which included national level interviews, 2 case studies, and policy analysis. And Sirpa will be joining us during the Q&A session. So to get us started, here is what I'm going to present. First of all, we will briefly look at the Finnish context, and then we'll look at, what are open studies? What are the aims? We will look at national support in Finland, and I will present to you the TRY project, which is specifically focused on developing open studies. Then we will look at institutional perspectives and enablers and challenges. So first of all, looking at the context. In Finland, flexible learning pathways have been on the national agenda for over a decade. And during this time, Finnish higher education has undergone various reforms to address everything from demographic and labor market changes, in addition to other changing needs of society. Student admissions is highly selective in Finland. So annually, only 1/3 of the applicants are offered a study place. Hence, the student admission system is currently undergoing reform. And for example, the government will widen access by adding 10,000 new study spots in 21-22. The development of open studies pathway takes place in the framework of the student admissions reform. So what exactly are open studies? And what is this pathway? It is an open path to degree programs, and anyone can participate in this open path. It's available to anyone. There are no entrance exams, and there's flexibility. So flexibility in modes of delivery and also when the courses are offered. So some courses are offered in the weekends, in the evenings. And there's a lot of institutional autonomy that occurs in this pathway. The institution decides on the quota, so the number of students who are actually admitted through this pathway, and also the criteria, so the courses that are required. And typically, open studies, they need to have anywhere from 15 to 60 ECTS credits before they can apply to a degree program. And what something is unique and also an equity concern is that there are fees for open studies pathway, which is pretty typical, 15 euros per 1 ECTS. And open universities and open universities of applied sciences are typically independent institutes. Now, there is no legal obligation for higher education institutions to offer open studies pathways, but many institutions have created open universities and open universities of applied sciences. The aims of open studies pathway includes, first of all, they're really framing this as a third route into higher education. So in Finland, there's 2 traditional routes. The student selection is based on certificates and entrance exams. Another aim of the open studies pathway is continuous learning. So these are study units, competence modules for working life know-how. And on the left side of the slide, you can see here that a ministry policy expert was interviewed in our case study, and they talk about how the national policy is to enable several entryways into higher education for both young and adult applicants. So you can see that this is very much in the policy talk. And then moving to national policy objectives that support open studies. So while there's no explicit national policy objective that focuses specifically on open studies, there are a number of policies that facilitate open studies. And the current higher education strategy, which is called the Vision for Higher Education and Research in 2030, emphasizes an increase in the share of young adults completing a higher education degree to at least 50% by 2030. The strategy also encourages flexible studies with a personalized study path and lifelong learning opportunities. So you can see that the objectives do support open studies. Then we move to the national policy instruments that support open studies. So one higher education steering mechanism in Finland is the national funding formula for higher education institutions. And the new funding model in 21-24 rewards institutions for continuous learning activities. So 5% for universities and 9% for University of Applied Sciences. And this includes open studies. Another policy instrument supporting this pathway is the previous government's project-driven approach. And in 2016 and 2017, the Ministry of Education and Culture launched 2 competitive calls for higher education projects. The ministry funded a total of 46 projects and with a sum of 65 million euro. One project specifically focused on developing the open studies pathway, the TRY project, Alternative Path to University. So let's have a look at that particular project, because that is really, it's really kind of moved the needle forward with open studies in Finland. The overarching aim of this project was to develop the idea of open university studies as a credible application method for degree studies. So increasing the number of students, also developing new routes, and developing guidance and counseling services related to open studies. So over here on the left side, you can see that the specific aim is to revise the existing open university routes so that an increasing number of applicants would be admitted to university degree studies, and that the admission criteria for study options could be predicated more accurately. The method to do this was that they tested various path alternatives, and these were monitored from the beginning of path studies all the way to admissions. So some of the results, there were 3 paths designed. The scheduled path, which is just exactly that. A student completes required open studies within a certain time frame. And then the flexible path, a student can complete required coursework flexibly and on their time schedule. And then there's the work-life oriented path. And this is aimed at adults in working life who need additional skills and qualifications. A result of this project was also the design of the service path. What we found in our case study and what the project really focused on is getting the information to students, because not all students know that this is a viable pathway. And so you can see here in the diagram that they have really focused on communication, guidance, and counseling, all the way from recruiting students to actual admissions. And then overall, the project contributed to increasing and widening the open pathways. More than 240 pathways were created in bachelor's and master's. So now, looking more in depth at our findings for the national case study, I'm going to focus first of all at the university. We had one case study at a university, and this particular open university was working very closely with the faculties to develop courses and pathways when we were conducting our case study. And the faculties were making the admissions decisions, and they were also creating the quotas for the number of students who could be admitted through this pathway. One very important aspect that they talked about is the guidance and counseling that was included in the Open University coursework to really advise the students, making sure that they are on the right pathway in order to get into a degree program. And at the time of our interviews in 2019, this was very much still under development. So something that was rather new and really being developed. And I want you to focus your attention now on the quote on the left here. I think this is a really nice success story and also speaks to a comment that was in the chat earlier. Visa Taitala, he says that open studies give students a chance to show their motivation and skills before being admitted into a degree program. And this particular quote, I think, shows that. So I had tried the entrance exam 4 times and didn't pass. In my case, I had really poor high school grades. I was desperately trying to get into the university, and this open university was my last hope. And this particular alumna, she was actually in a PhD program during this interview. So you can see that this, this is a very viable pathway for some students. And then we move to the other case institution, the University of Applied Science. In this particular institution, the bachelor's degree path was 30 to 60 ECTS credits, and the master's degree path was 15 to 30 ECTS. The admissions process occurred twice a year, and after the applicant applied for a study place, the degree program assessed their Open University of Applied Sciences study performance and interviewed them as well. And here is on the left side, a student is talking about their experience. The timetable of studies has adapted to all of my wishes. There are no empty slots in my studies, and the studies are progressing faster than I expected. So another student experience to give you an idea of what it's like for them. So, looking overall at our case study, and because it's not a specific policy objective at the national level, we did look at the enablers of what is supporting this particular pathway, and there is this improved status of open studies pathway in the admission system, which is putting positive pressure on institutions to create pathways and to work with their particular open university. We also found that the increased funding based on open studies, ECTS completion is certainly enabling this pathway. And then also the trust and cooperation between institutions. We also found some challenges, of course. First of all, the need to further develop open studies pathway. So the TRY project was funded for 2 years, 2018 to 2020. And there's really a need to continue this development work. And so hopefully there is some continuation of this particular project in some way. The other challenge is that there's fees. And in Finland, higher education is tuition free. But the open studies pathway there is a fee that students must undertake, which is, of course, an equity concern. Oops, and then we also have the institutional autonomy that leads to fragmented pathways. So both quota and criteria. And one interesting aspect is that not all degree programs can be accessed via open studies. So especially those programs that are very competitive to get into, such as teacher training, you cannot get into that particular degree program via open studies. And the last challenge is that there's limited data and research on open studies. This was actually one of our recommendations, is that more evaluation, research, and monitoring would be focused on the open studies pathway to inform the future development of this particular pathway. And with that, I would like to go ahead and wrap it up and give it back to Courtney. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. That was fabulous and really enlightening. It's interesting with a country like Finland with this national objective of over 50% by 2030, you absolutely need to start thinking about other pathways and other ways to help more students complete credentials. And one thing that I really liked, especially about the study, is you're really meeting students where they are. We know that today's students are more diverse socioeconomically, age, gender, and finding different pathways to allow students of all types and all backgrounds enter, I think is going to be crucial, and not just enter, but I really like thinking about that mentoring and that support along the way to give them the information. So thank you so much. Before we move to the next presenter, I do want to just echo something that Michaela put in the chat, that we are going to be having a Q&A after the panelists complete, and we'll do some of that live with raising hands and whatnot. But also, as you think of any questions throughout, please feel free to put them in the chat, and we will work to get to them when we get to the Q&A later. So with that, let me introduce our next presenter, and while he is putting up his slides, I can give a little bit of background. So Khairul Salah bin Mohammed Sahari is the Deputy Chief Executive Officer of the Malaysian Qualifications Agency. He's been there since May of 2019. Prior to the current post, he was professor at Universiti Tenaga Nasional, holding the post of Assistant Vice Chancellor, Director of the Strategic Planning Center, and Senate member of the university. He's also an active assessor for accreditation of engineering programs under the Board of Engineers Malaysia. Mr. Khairul obtained his bachelor's in mechanical engineering from Waseda University, Japan in 2000, and his PhD in engineering from Kanazawa University, Japan in 2006. So Mr. Khairul is going to present findings from the Malaysian FLP case study implementing prior learning assessment in Malaysia. So with that, Khairul, I will turn over to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Courtney. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, everyone. Hope everyone can listen to my voice. My internet is a bit unstable. Hopefully can listen to my presentation tonight. In Malaysia, it's now almost 9 o'clock at night. And I'm going to present on behalf of the agency with regards to APEL, or the accreditation of prior experiential learning, the experience of APEL in Malaysia. Okay, in Malaysia, we have this APEL, or the recognition of prior learning, since 2006. And even prior to that, perhaps there are scattered ways, initiatives on recognition of prior experiential learning. But formally, we have actually devised a mechanism under the agency, under the Malaysian Qualifications Agency back in 2011, 2010, 2011. So we have a proper mechanism and tool to actually allow students with maybe a disadvantage in terms of not getting formal education dropouts and so on. And maybe they also sat for the national examinations but did not qualify to progress to tertiary education. So there is a separate pathway, which is this APEL, which actually facilitates learning and continuous learning for Malaysians especially, but now we are also open to internationals as well. So APEL has been serving primarily two national objectives as a social equity tool on the one hand and the human resource development tool on the other hand. This twofold purpose is well reflected in the recent national policies. We have the Malaysian Education Blueprint for Higher Education 2015-2025, which aims to create lifelong learning opportunities for all, including the marginalized and disadvantaged groups, to raise aspirations and deliver a strong economic growth. And the 11th Malaysian Plan, which just concluded last year, has also emphasized the need to strategically plan for the needs of equity groups, including the so-called B40 or those unfortunates in the higher education system. And this has been actually also continued to the 12th Malaysian Plan, which is starting this year. It aims at attracting those without the academic qualifications, non-traditional and disadvantaged learners to enter higher education based on the recognition of prior experiential learning. Now, in Malaysia, what we have at the moment, we have introduced three types of APEL, which is number one, APEL A, we call it APEL A, which is A for access. And this is specifically for those to actually be admitted to a program of study at the tertiary level. And then in 2015-16, we have introduced another APEL, which is basically APEL C for credit transfer. So those with experience through informal and informal learning can also be exempted for certain courses in the program. And this APEL C is not limited to those who enroll into any program through APEL A. It can be through conventional means, but those with experience can actually get credit exemptions and credit transfer through this APEL C means. And then the latest product that we have, or latest program that we have, is actually APEL Q, which is for qualifications. And this is basically for those who have vast experience previously through informal, informal, and perhaps maybe some of it formal learning to be conferred, and academic qualifications after going through a rigorous set of assessments. And by having this set of APELs in place, we hope to have a nation of lifelong learners in the country. And APEL, according to our Malaysian Qualifications Framework, you can see that Malaysian Qualifications Framework consists of level 1 all the way up to level 8, doctorate level. And if you can see on the far right, the pillar on APEL, APEL actually supports all levels of qualifications in the framework. So this is something that we are very proud of, and it is not limited to low levels of the qualifications, but can go all the way up to the doctorate level. And in terms of the model that we have, as I explained earlier, APEL A is for admission. So the student or the learner who passes through the set of assessments will be actually enrolled into a tertiary program at a university or at college, and he or she will start fresh and will go through all the necessary modules. And with APEL C, regardless of whether the background of entry is through APEL A or through conventional means, the student will actually be able to exercise up to 30% of credit transfer from the courses in the program itself. So he or she will now be able to take needs to take the remaining maybe 70% of the content or the courses in the program. But this is subject to individual assessments for the respective courses And once he or she passes that assessments in APEL C, then he or she can be granted the credit hours. And based on the latest one, the latest APEL that we are actually launching this month or next month is APEL Q, in which a learner who has a vast experience will undergo a series of assessments conducted by the higher learning institution. And upon passing these rigorous assessments, will then be able to enter the program and progress to the very end of the program, where she or he needs to take a so-called capstone course. This capstone course can be any course designated or by the institution for the program. And the course is actually an existing course in the program where all the students have to take normally at the end of the program. For example, we can have the final year project or the project at the end of any program. That can be the capstone that is designated by the institution. So the APEL Q, those who actually pass the APEL Q assessment can go straight to that particular course, and once completing that course can actually graduate with the rest of the cohort. So this is APEL Q. Okay, and APEL A, we actually now have 6 centers conducting the assessments on behalf of the agency. So, the reason we chose these 6 higher education providers are because they have branch campuses throughout the country, and we need to ensure that the learners have access to these centers wherever they are in the country to sit for the APEL assessments. Okay, so we have for the APEL A at the moment, it is open until the master's level, but we are in the midst of revising this, and we may actually include the doctorate level for access to a program. And we put in the minimum age criteria for respective level. Okay, so this is to ensure that no one abuses the system. And for example, to enroll into a master course, the learner has to be at least 30 years of age, and then must be a substantial prior work experience. And for example, for masters as well, at least the learner needs to have A-level or equivalent qualification in order to enroll. Level bachelor and below, no minimal formal qualifications is required. So the person can be from any background, but in order to progress to master, at least the person has to have A-level or a diploma in order for the person to progress. And the type of assessments that we have include the portfolio submission and the portfolio evaluation by the panels. And also, once they pass the portfolio evaluation, there will be aptitude test, which consists of common questions designated for certain levels. For example, when we talk about the bachelor level, so the person has to have the level of K-12 or K-11 in Malaysia after Form 5 secondary school level knowledge in terms of mathematics, English, Malay language, and also critical thinking. So once a person passes these aptitude tests and also the portfolio, he or she will be awarded the APEL certificate and will be able to enroll into a program of his or her choice. Okay, and this APEL certificate is actually usable throughout the country in any of our higher education institution. And for level of master, on top of the portfolio and aptitude test, there is also interview to actually assess the learners in terms of the knowledge. Because when we talk about master, then it is very much streamlined or very much focused on the specific field of study. For example, when you sit for a master level assessment, for example, business studies, and and it will be specific for business. It can be specific for other fields as well. And this is not applicable for the bachelor below, because the qualification is general in nature. Okay, and we have the portal and also apps developed to assist our learners in terms of application and monitoring of the progress through this portal as well as the apps. And at the moment, perhaps in the previous session, we have the sharing on in terms of how many candidates have actually passed our assessments. For APEL A, we have since 2015, when we started to take the statistics, we have more than 4,700 actually passed the assessments, and actually very minor, very minimal cases of failure. Majority of the applications actually do not progress to the end, because some of the majority of those who actually did not complete the application was due to the fact that they did not prepare or submitted their portfolio. Because the portfolio is something that actually compiles your experiences up to date, and it can be a very massive set of documents that you have to compile and document. So it takes time for a person to actually do this, and that can be some of the issues faced by our learners in this process. And it is also surprising to see, I think this is also maybe due to the pandemic, you can see that compared to 2018, in 2020, we have doubled the number of APEL applicants who actually passed the assessment. So we actually have, as I mentioned earlier, more than 4,700 successful applications, and these students have progressed to any program in a tertiary education system in the country. And some of them have actually graduated, and some success stories that we have heard so far, these graduates have also continued pursued their studies locally and also abroad. So we're very proud of the success stories that we have heard so far. And talking about APEL C, we have the assessments. This is based on institution. So institutions can apply to become to actually implement APEL C. And those actually at the moment we have 35 higher education providers who are approved to conduct or implement APEL C. And then the institutions can apply this to any of the programs that they offer in the institution. And we also have some, success story for APEL C. So we have at the moment, based on our survey, 2,306 applications from applicants throughout the country who applied individually to the respective institutions. And out of this, 77% have actually been successful in getting some sort of credit transfer, and only about 1,087 credits are not actually being approved. So it shows that although the mechanism is there and there are proper stringent assessments in place, and not everyone can actually pass or get credit transfer. So I think a check and balance is in place. And we are monitoring the institutions rigorously, and the approval for any institution is up to 5 years, and every 5 years, the agency will go in and reevaluate the suitability of the institution. And for APEL Q, which is the latest APEL that we have in the system, at the moment we have 7 institutions undergoing assessment for the pilot project. Okay, and in order for any institution to offer or to conduct APEL Q, the institution has to already have the license to run APEL C, because APEL C is at the course level and APEL Q is at the program level. So we need to ensure that these institutions have some sort of experience, And that's why we put in the condition that the institutions who wants to conduct APEL Q needs to actually have the approval to conduct APEL C first. Okay, and there are certain criteria that we set as well in terms of the number of years of experience. Okay, and for doctorate, for example, requires at least 25 years minimum for the candidate to actually apply through APEL Q. And the series of assessments include the portfolio, the challenge test for the respective maybe courses, and also the validation through a field visit to the industry, to interview the employer or the industry where the candidate is working. Okay, and so the way forward for APEL, in what we have in plan at the moment, we want to further improve APEL system. We want to further promote. I think the ministry is also working very hard to promote APEL. So at the moment, we have some discount in place for the candidates to sit for APEL A. And at the moment, we are also developing APEL M, which is an admission instrument for the micro-credential route. Okay, because when we talk about micro-credential, then it is open learning, and it is not bounded by any entry requirement. Anyone can sit for any micro-credentials, but when a person wants to stack up the credentials and convert that into a qualification, then we need to consider this APEL M instrument to validate the admission process of the student. And we are also looking at APEL A for the underserved, B40 and person with disabilities in our next strategic plan, 2021-2025. And we are opening up APEL A for international candidates as well. And we want to engage with relevant employers in regards to expanding employment opportunities to APEL graduates, because there are also issues of acceptance of these APEL graduates. We want to ensure that the career pathway for these APEL graduates are secure. I think that's all from me. Thank you very much for your kind attention.
Thank you so much, Karul. That was really interesting. I mean, I think it really reinforces the importance of experiential learning and considering that as a pathway for many people, especially people who have not been served or have not been served well by the current higher education system. I know in the US, we've done a number of studies about how powerful it is for students to have some prior learning credits. It helps them to persist in their credentials and actually complete at higher rates, especially for equity populations. So the more we can do this, the better. What I really enjoy listening to, about what you're doing is it seems to much more standard process than we see in other countries that are maybe inconsistent and institutions do it differently. And so it's really interesting to hear how Malaysia is creating this system of institutions that are and setting minimum age requirements or experience requirements. I think will be really interesting to watch and see how we can model in other countries. So thank you for that. So now I would like to turn it over to our discussant, Tri Fanway. She is the Director of Career Development and Open Learning and the Chief Director of Social Inclusion and Equity Access and Quality Services at the Department of Higher Education and Training in South Africa. She is skilled in mobile learning, e-learning, social learning, and learning management, and is a strong human resource professional. Ms. Van Wyk has 24 years of experience in the design and implementation of innovative and cost-effective learning. She has a particular interest in technical and vocational education and training, blended and work-integrated learning models, and open learning. She holds a Master's of Education degree in Educational Management from the University of Johannesburg, and she's going to join us to discuss a policy perspective on implementing flexible entry pathways. So with that, I will turn it over to you. Thank you.
Good afternoon and good evening. Thanks for the introduction and good afternoon and hello to all the people around the table here today. My view and my presentation is specifically to look at a policy perspective regarding the implementation of flexible learning pathways, and I'm going to focus a little more on RPL and on open learning per se, because in South Africa we don't have yet an open studies pathway. I really hope that in the future we will have such a pathway. But I want to start off to say that policy is so important, and I think people don't understand the reasons why government officials are really starting off with a policy perspective, because in 1995, our first white paper on education and training was at the overarching goal that I believe that must be in all education and training legislation and policies to enable all individuals, firstly to value, but have access to and succeed in lifelong education and training for good quality. So an enabling environment through legislation, policy, and other tools is very necessary. Firstly, to provide structure, give an organizing framework for implementation, but also to monitor and evaluate progress in implementation. So what did our founding policy in South Africa say? It provided a strong foundation based on the principles of access, redress, equity, equality, and quality. And as Michaela has said in her presentation, she pointed us how important this is to redress and have equality when we look at education and training access. But secondly, it also put the learners and the students first. And we have to recognize and build on students' knowledge and experience and responding to their needs. We have to have a learner-centered education and training approach. And I want to specifically refer to Lisa's, what she showed us in the Finnish context, how important a learner-centered approach is. And we must always remember that we are here for the learners and the students and not necessarily for our systems and how great our systems are. And then thirdly is that we have to have an integrated approach to education and training that will increase access, promote articulation, mobility, and quality in the national learning system. So, as in Finland, access to specific degree programs are very selective in our country, but we are offering other opportunities throughout the system to access post-school education and training opportunities. And one of the foundational drivers in our education and training system is open learning. We see it not only as a principle, but give practical expression to open learning. Open learning is not a separate pathway in South Africa, but it's defined as an approach which combines the principle of learner-centeredness, lifelong learning, flexibility of learning provision, the removal of barriers to access learning, the recognition for credit of prior learning experiences, the provision of learner support, the construction of learning programs in the expectations that learners can succeed, and the maintenance of rigorous quality assurance over the design of learning materials and support systems. So open learning in South Africa is a principle-based approach, and we therefore do not have formal open institutions in a way as has been applied in Finland and the UK, although UNISA call themselves an open university, but it's just open in terms of the methodology they're using. And I think one of the people in the chat has referred to how open must open be. And we must remember that there will always be tension. If you open up one facet like access, then you look at quality and cost that goes down. And that is the kind of things that we must always remember, that open up an education and training system or part of an education and training system have tensions and other things that are really need to be managed and so forth. So I just want to add that all legislative and legislation and policies have to work together. Just as an example, even in our National Development Plan, it implores different parts of the education system to work together to allow students and learners to take different learning pathways that offer high quality learning opportunities to mitigate the critical skills shortage in our country. In South Africa, as most of you know, we have two subsystems, and that is firstly the basic education system or the schooling system, the K-12 system, and then we have the higher education and training system, where we are using the post-school education and training as the system. And that includes university education, universities of technology, technical and vocational education and training colleges, community educational and training colleges, and then skills development providers, both private and public. We also have critical entities. And I want to also say here that we have got the CEO here of our South African Qualifications Authority, Dr. Reddy, and our 3 quality councils, as well as our sector education and training authorities that plays a pivotal role in our policy realm, as well as the implementation realm. So as a group, we are working together in this area, and we are still transforming the system. This is an ever ongoing process. And we have to ensure that diverse entry pathways into the PSET system are realized. And therefore, we have 3 levels of policies in South Africa. At the highest level is our national policies. Then we have our supporting policies and policy frameworks, for example, from national and from our entities. So you will see that SAQA and the quality councils have got all their RPL policies that are specific to their sectors. And then they all have also their credit accumulation and transfer policies and so forth. And then the 3rd level is institutional policies. We must acknowledge that, for example, universities in South Africa are quite autonomous and have their own policies that they are developing and implementing within the confinement of the other 2 levels. So we have got quite a very interesting policy environment that is operating at 3 levels. When we look then at learning pathway specific, let me first look at the entry from school to the PSET system, where we are implementing, and it's a very interesting and controversial model at the moment in South Africa, what we call the 3-stream model, that offers increased, but also equal learning options to learners so that they can maximize their choices based on interests, aptitudes, and abilities through the available curriculum at school level already. We're not streaming them, and that is very important. So it's not that they are streamed in a certain direction, but they get equal learning options in various areas. And these learning pathways will then lead to a general stream that gives them access to academic studies at universities, a vocational stream that gives them access to professional studies, career-specific studies, and so forth, such as medical profession, engineering, teachers, artists, and so forth. And lastly, what we call an occupational stream that prepares learners for the world of work and occupational studies, for example, in the trades, for technicians, for operators, and so forth. So these 3 streams provide seamless transitional mechanisms for learners to enter the PSET system. We also have other routes of access within the PSET system. For example, through our TVET colleges system, where learners can leave school early and go into a TVET college and embark on vocational studies towards a vocational qualification, such as our national certificate vocational, which also provides then access to university and University of Technology studies. And then lastly, our newly established sub-framework, and I know that Dr. Bolton, who's going to present tomorrow, will talk a lot about this, is our occupational qualifications that provide access to the world of work. As said earlier, RPL, a recognition of prior learning, is one of the principles of open learning. Firstly, as in the case of Malaysia, we have 2 main approaches, and I love the way that you distinguish between different kinds by using an acronym. So firstly is we do have RPL for access to provide an alternative access route into programs of learning for those who do not meet the formal entry requirements for admission. And then secondly, we have got RPL for credit to provide for the awarding of credits for qualifications or part qualifications registered on our national qualifications framework. The third, towards granting a full qualification, is however not currently implemented. We are looking at it, but it's not implemented in institutions due to unfavorable legislative environments, and we cannot really do it now, but we are looking into that. In addition to this, RPL is also used for access into external integrated summative assessment, to trade test through our artisan RPL. We have got a very well established RPL system for artisan development to recognize learning, because you know that artisans, there are people who are for years in the workplace and don't have qualifications. So we use that artisan RPL to access to trade tests, to qualify as the tradesman. And then also we have got access for professional designations through our professional bodies. And then lastly is the recognition and promotion in the workplace, where we have RPL for advancement. I was really excited by the Malaysian APEL system. We in South Africa can really learn a lot from that. As I've mentioned, we see that RPL facilitates access, but it requires a strong enabling legislative and policy environment. But here funding is provided at institutional levels. And I think that was a very interesting comment that was made in the first presentation as well as in the second one, is that we have got our policy environment, but the funding is not separate like in the Malaysian model, but it is linked to institutional funding and the funding allocated to institutions. But it also required institutional investment, not only in money, but also in time and in implementation. There definitely needs to be a well-established enabling legislative and policy environment in each of our countries, and also between countries, to ensure that students can articulate into and within the PSET system. We have to work progressively harder to make it possible for every learner to succeed and not landing up in a dead end, and in his lifelong learning trajectory. And the enabling environment is critical to facilitate it. I thank you.
Thank you so much, Trudy, for that. I think one of the things you said about making sure we put the learner at the center is what we need to continue to keep in mind, that this is about the learner. I also like how you talked about, it's not just one thing. When you implement one thing, you need to worry about the other pieces also, equity and finances and others. So thank you. So what I'd like to do now is open it up to questions. I know that there are a number of different conversations happening in the chat, but let's do some live questions first. And so what we'll do, if you have a question, please raise your hand. For those of you who are unfamiliar, just to remind you, I believe if you click on the reactions tab, for me, it's at the bottom, and then there's a raise hand function. And so we'll take a couple questions at a time and offer those to the panel and see where we end up with time. If there is time at the end, we'll take a few from the chat, but let's start there with the live questions as we go on. So please feel free to, again, click on that reactions button and raise your hand if you would like to ask a live question. So first, I'm going to turn it over to, it looks like, Halden Morris. Would you like to ask the first question?
Thank you very much, Courtney. And thanks to the presenters for this very informative session. I have placed some questions in the chat, but nonetheless, I'll raise them here as well. To Lisa, I am impressed with the presentation from Finland and quite impressed with the funding mechanisms that are in place. But I wonder what criteria are used to distribute funding for the institutions and probably students. I'm not sure if that came out very well. And of course, another question is there any attempt to align the new modalities with the traditional ones as it relates to access to institutions? And probably this could be tied to the policy framework that are in place to facilitate this kind of alignment. If I want to give out my questions, I could go to Trudy. Next question. Again, Trudy, thanks for your presentation from South Africa. I think that is a very informative presentation, and I'm particularly impressed with the whole notion of what the teachers are there for. They're there for the students, and you made a very bold comment about what the teachers are there for. So I was impressed with that. But my question is, what policies are in place to support this notion of the teacher being there for students, and how are they held accountable in this regard? Thank you.
I would say, given that we have a number of questions in that one, let's go ahead and tackle those. Lisa, would you like to begin?
Sure. So as I mentioned, the government funding for 21-24, it's the funding formula. So it's an agreement between the ministry and each of the institutions. And the funding formula has one particular I guess, a formula, and that rewards institutions for continuous learning activities. So 5% for the universities, 9% for the Universities of Applied Sciences. And this is particularly based on ECTS taken in open studies. And Sirpa, I know you are also, are you online?
Yes, thank you, Lisa. I could continue.
Yeah, would you like to continue?
Yes, yes, please. I am the second half of the Finnish team. As Lisa described the national funding model for higher education institutions, if you would like to have more specific information, I would like to advise you to look at our country case study. On page 43, you will find the description. So just as Lisa described, the majority of the funding model is based on education, 42%, that means bachelor's and master's degrees, so degrees completed, 34% on research, and 24% on other like strategic development tasks allocated for specific institutions. So within this model, just as Lisa said, 5% for universities, open studies, ECTS credits, and 9% of universities applied sciences. And what we very much saw in our study is the impact of this funding model in the increase of ECTS taken. So I actually checked the number from last year, and there were 220,000 participants in open studies last year and 1 million ECTS credits taken. So it has really gone up, and the funding model has really played an important role in this expansion. Of course, COVID-19 also, which has kind of added people's possibilities to take open studies. But I'm willing to answer the other questions as well.
Before you go to the other question, Sipra, thanks for that. I should mention that I'm from the University of the West Indies in Kingston, Jamaica. So at least you have a perspective as to where I'm coming from. And you spoke about the access and the numbers of persons involved in the open campus or the open studies scenario. And I'm just wondering what percentage of that is facilitating international access, persons from other countries getting into open university, open institutions, and is the funding extended to those from international areas?
Yes, thank you. Is it okay if I continue from there? Yeah, okay, yeah. Well, we did look at the equity aspects, how the open pathway does impact those, and the speciality of open studies is that they are mainly offered in Finnish language, but there are other possibilities for international students, and their percentage of all higher education students is about 9%, which really much corresponds to the number of international citizens in Finland, actually. So there are international degree programs which are provided in English language, and of course there is exchange programs, shorter and longer, which are open for international students and so on. But actually the open studies pathway, it doesn't serve so much the kind of internationalization.
Thank you for that.
Okay, can I then come in and answering the second question? I think that's a very important question that you're asking, especially is how are lecturers being kept accountable within the system. And as I explained, we've got 3 levels of policy. We've got national, then we've got enabling policies or supportive policies, and then we've got institutional policies. And at all 3 levels of those, there are policies focusing on lecturer, firstly on lecturer performance, but also on lecturer development, because I think we must also see this as a continuum, that your performance is linked, your performance is also linked to your capacity building, so that it is an integrated quality system. And when we look at our integrated policies, it includes at all 3 levels the policies for lecturers and the responsibilities and the accountabilities of lecturers. But as I said, universities are quite autonomous in South Africa. So each one are being managed in such a way that the lecturers are being kept accountable within that context of the university as a business unit. As well as then our, if we look at our TVET colleges and our CET colleges, they are less autonomous. There we have got national HR policies where we are keeping them accountable. And there are various levels of monitoring and evaluation levels built in to the system to keep them accountable, not only for performance, but also for capacity building. And then lastly, I want to say that I think the quality councils in South Africa play a pivotal role in the quality of teaching and learning that's taking place at our institutions, because they are also, they don't have only a qualification responsibility, but they also got a quality assurance responsibility. So I think that integrated system that we have of the national department with its entities as well as the institutions, it really works integratedly to see that the system is performing. But we can learn a lot from others also, I must say. We haven't got the 100% answer, but we're working. Thank you.
Awesome, Trudy. Thank you.
Tyrell, did you want to add anything?
No, I don't think the question is for me to answer. So thank you.
Excellent. We have another question from Julie Reddy. Would you like to ask your question?
Yes, mine is to Tyrell, and I agree with Trudy, your presentation. We have a lot to learn from you. But my question is, when we grant RPL for access in South Africa, we have a practical problem. And the practical problem is when universities admit candidates through RPL to advanced standing, they don't award the credits on paper. So a learner will leave a qualification with less than the number of credits. For example, if you need 360 credits for a bachelor's degree, they might leave with 250. And then they are not granted access to further studies because they don't meet the minimum requirements. So how do you deal with that at the MQA? Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Julie, for the question. In MQA, in Malaysia in general, what we look at is normally not the credit hours. Of course, the credit hours is important in terms of the program itself, because according to the framework, we have the minimum credit bearing for any program at that particular level. But for an APEL student or candidate, in terms of, for example, if we talk about APEL Q, for instance, and the person goes into the system and goes to the very end and only sits for a minimum number of credit hours. On the transcript itself may actually only reflect as little as maybe 3 or 6 credit hours. And but the important thing for us is we look at the scroll. So the scroll is important for any student to, or any graduates to actually further their studies. So with the scroll in hand, they can actually progress to the next level. And that is the entry requirement that is normally stipulated in any of the programs listed in the country. Hope that answers the question. Thank you.
Thank you, Carol. Any other questions? Halden, do you have another question? Or is that your hand from before?
A new hand, Courtney. And thank you. Salamat Tinggal, Carol. The question I have is about the quality assurance measures as it relates to the programs. I'm not sure, is there an agency that manages this? And I'm speaking from the perspective of the technical vocational subject areas. And I think that is even more critical now in that we're in a pandemic and the quality assurance measures are even more harder to achieve.
Thank you, Maurice. Basically in Malaysia, if you are in terms of the system, MQA is the sole agency authority in charge of accreditation. Okay, so we are the agency, the sole agency in charge of accreditation, but we work closely with other professional bodies, such as engineering, medicine, pharmacy, and so on. So we work together with respective professional bodies. But in terms of the accreditation under our Act, because MQA is actually established under the Act 679, MQA Act, established in 2007, which grants us the as the sole body to actually award, accreditation to any program. Okay, and on top of this is when we talk about academic programs. But when we talk about the skills program, there is another agency under the Ministry of Human Resource. Okay, they are called the Department of Skills Development, and they actually do accreditation for or looking after the quality of the skill sector, skills programs. And because both parties, MQA and also Department of Skills Development, we actually have our so-called guidelines documents to ensure that when we grant any award in terms of assessment or APEL, so we actually monitor closely the institutions who are awarded, okay, the status of running APEL. As I mentioned in my presentation, all the institutions granted will be monitored from time to time, and they have to come back to us every 5 years for renewal. Okay, and during that process, we will actually look at the portfolios and also the experiences of these institutions. And if we feel that there are certain rooms for improvement, then we will definitely address that to the respective institutions. So in that manner, we hope that the quality of the institutions who are running APEL can be maintained. And we also have open day every year, annually, so that these institutions can also come forward and share among themselves and among the public as well, to the public as well, in terms of the best practices and how to assist the candidates who are interested in going through the APEL assessments. So I think that those are the things that we are doing at the moment. Of course, during pandemic as well, we also have that online in terms of the APEL Open Day. Thank you.
Awesome, thank you.
If I may comment from Finland's perspective and speaking especially about the open studies and their quality assurance, and as John Brennan also mentioned in the chat, the concern perhaps about the quality. So in the Finnish quality assurance system, and I'm actually representing the National Quality Assurance Agency, So our audit model does cover all the provision so that the same quality criteria applies both for degree education as for open studies and other continuous learning provision. So, for instance, definition of learning outcomes, assessment, learning environments, anything that relates to that. So that's an important aspect. And then we do some other evaluation types, field-specific evaluations where we can actually, we're currently doing evaluation of law and social sciences and other humanities and so on. So, and we can thus also look what is happening in the fields and how the provision and their quality assurance and flexible learning pathways are developing. And in addition, we do thematic evaluations. We did an evaluation of immigrants' integration into Finnish higher education system. So that was an interesting and important evaluation as well.
Thank you for that.
Can I just add something very interesting where I've mentioned about the artisan RPL that's specifically focusing in South Africa on TVET, on the trades. So what happens there is our recognition of learning take place at the specific level of the RPL program. But at the end, both the RPL students as well as the traditional face-to-face students that went through the normal program must do the same trade test at the end to qualify. So the recognition of learning is different for the two groups, but at the end the assessment is exactly the same. It's not even different assessment, it is just the same kind of assessment because they apply for going into the assessment. So regardless if you're RPL student or not, you must still apply for the national trade test to be recognized as RPL.
Thank you for that. Let's take one more round of questions. Dr. Farzana, I see you have your hand up, and after that, can't read all of your name, Professor Janabo.
Oh, yes, thank you very much. First, I'd like to express my thanks for all the speakers for the useful information. My question goes to Malaysia, to Mr. Saleh. I have a question regarding the recognition of such APEL certificates. So, for example, if one was granted an accreditation for the prior learning experience to be equivalent to bachelor degree, for example, if they go to continue their master's degree in other countries or other universities outside Malaysia, is it recognized to build on? Do you face any problems with that? Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Doctor. Basically, APEL, the one that we have in place at the moment is APEL A, which is basically just granting access to the students to a program. So the candidate has to start fresh, and basically he or she will, upon graduation, will be getting the same transcript, the same scroll. So there's no issue in terms of acceptance of this qualification because it's the same qualification as all the other learners or students go through. So the only difference is that the access to the program itself in the country. So once upon graduation, the student can actually progress to any other countries as well, because as long as the qualification is accepted by the country, that it is not actually, it doesn't appear in the transcript or the scroll itself that the background of the student is from APEL Access A. Okay, but with regards to APEL Q, which is something that we are about to launch, this is something new, but again, in the end, upon a successful application, the student will be granted a place in a specific program, in which in the end, he or she will be getting the scroll as well from the university. The scroll doesn't come from MQA. So the scroll is actually awarded by the respective university. And with that, he or she should be able to progress to the next level of study. But of course, when you look at the transcript, it may actually only show the subjects very minimal number of subjects being taken in the program. But perhaps what we can do here is we can actually furnish this further through a different document, perhaps to explain about the assessments in the APEL Q process that actually that the candidate has gone through with. So perhaps it's something that we can actually consider as well in our APEL Q to ensure that the acceptability of APEL Q in other countries. Thank you very much.
Professor Barry, did you have a question that you wanted to ask?
En fait, c'est une question d'ordre général.
So I have a general question. So this is a very particular context where we're holding this forum, but as far as these financing modes and access modes, how do you reconcile that with the epidemic at the university level? And I'm especially interested in this for Malaysia, even though I'm interested in all countries, but more specifically Malaysia. Have you understood me?
Thank you. Harul, do you want to begin? You're on mute.
Interpretation of that, perhaps I can pass it to some other colleagues first before I read the question. Thank you.
So the question is about the finances, especially with regards to the pandemic, and how are you considering? She's particularly interested in Malaysia, and how you are considering these efforts.
Funding in terms of
the financing, yes, especially given the pandemic.
Okay. Of course, the government is also our government is also limited in terms of funding, because a lot of effort is being put into to vaccinate the population, as well as to maintain or contain the current pandemic. What I can actually maybe in terms of the funding for higher education, we try to actually maintain the existing funding, in which the funding goes to the institutions. And for our agency, MQA, we are self-sustained. So we sustain our operations through our, accreditation fees that we collect from the institution. So we are not that much affected by the pandemic at the moment. We try to actually also assist the institutions in a way through means of, for example, virtual assessment, so that can actually, in a way, be cost-cutting to the institutions. And as mentioned also earlier, we also have initiative for this APEL, where the ministry has agreed to give 50% discount to the candidates who are interested to undergo APEL assessment until the end of this year.
Trudy or Lisa, did you want to add anything?
That's a very difficult question in South Africa. I was hoping you will skip me. For specifically when we got into the
we will speak again during the workshops. So we'll continue in the workshops, the discussion. That's fine.
Yeah.
We'll discuss that in the workshops.
Okay, but I think our funding is very specific for when we went into as you know, South Africa went into a lockdown. We're still in a lockdown. We're sitting at home at this moment. And basically the academic year was extended up to March, April this year, last year, as well as then started after that. But what we have done, we have had a COVID-19 fund, and that universities through reprioritization, so it's not new money. So we took from one one program to another, and we reprioritized and provide them additional funding for teaching and learning throughout the pandemic. And then also for special programs that assisted learners in remote teaching and learning situations. So we have had a program on providing laptops for poor and middle class students. We had a program for zero rating, and we had a program for educational bundles and so forth. So funding is quite tricky in South Africa because our fiscus is just shrinking and shrinking and shrinking. And at the moment, it's through reprioritization that we're doing. But specifically, RPL is being funded at institutional level and not at national level. So we have got a very small fund, or a very small funding window at SAQA as institutions for this. But when RPL is practically done, it's done at institutional level. Thank you.
And I'll just speak very briefly, specifically about Open Studies Pathway. I think many of you have probably seen in the chat, there's an individual from Finland, Visa. He had mentioned that during COVID, there were several higher education institutions in Finland who dropped the fees for open university study for those who were unemployed during the pandemic. So you can see that there were certain institutions taking steps to ensure that, especially the unemployed had opportunities to pursue education during the pandemic. But Sirpa, I don't know if you wanted to address more of the national level question about funding in the pandemic.
Yeah, to my understanding, it didn't actually affect the funding, but the increase of e-learning, and luckily there were projects already in place. So in overall, the trend of taking studies online has tremendously increased in recent years. That's one impact and some of it will certainly remain, but there are a lot of students who really miss the campus life, and especially new students. So, yeah.
Super, thank you. We have just a few minutes left, so I'd like to turn it over to Uliana to see if there are any questions that have come up in the chat that we can pose to the panelists.
Yes, hello everyone. So we are very closely looking at the questions in the chat in all languages, also in the YouTube streaming chat. And we've collected a couple that are addressed to various speakers. So the first one comes from John. He's asking, can there be a reputational risk to institutions in becoming too open? For some, it implies that it's an indication of low standards. So that's question number one. Question number two is from Suniva to Lisa. It seems that some of the problems regarding increasing access to higher education could be solved by increasing the number of slots, number of entrants. So why is this not an option? Are there any study programs excluded from Open University? He's particularly referring to medicine, psychology, and other professional study programs. And one more question is from Sean or Xin. Could any of the panel comment on the extent to which a funding scheme for APEL can address a possible issue that academic staff feel that their main role is to teach, deliver content, support research rather than to assess students' knowledge and competencies? So I will turn it over to you.
I will go ahead and start. Is that okay?
Yes.
So first of all, I wanted to address John's question because I think it's actually a really important one. And it is something that came up during our national case study, especially in the university. Is there a reputational risk to having admissions too open? And does it lower the quality? And at the university institution, that we looked at, there were some university actors who preferred traditional admissions and weren't so keen on the idea of open studies. admissions. So there is this resistance, especially at the university level. And, you know, I think it's because they think that this lowers the quality of admissions. And so there is this resistance, this kind of pushback. But the interesting thing about open studies in Finland is that it's really bottom up. And the open universities are independent institutes of the universities and the universities of applied sciences. And so they're really working closely with the faculties. And it's really the autonomy of the degree program, of the faculties, to really establish these pathways. So it's really up to them. There's not the pressure from the national. There's the policies that's supporting open studies, but really it's reliant on higher education autonomy. And so I think that also helps to kind of dissolve some of this question around reputational risk. Sirpa, did you want to add anything to that?
Yeah, that is perfectly right. And of course, I think John's good question relates also to the fact of balancing different pathways. Because of course, if there are many people in the same group coming through different pathways, like those chosen through traditional, those chosen via open pathway, perhaps transfer students. So some interviewees indicated kind of concern of groups becoming perhaps more heterogeneous. And this has to be answered by improved or increased guidance. But on the other hand, the student perspective, the students were really happy about the open availability of open pathway. So of course, there are always pros and cons.
Yeah, there was also a question about access to higher education. Why not just increase the number of study spots? And you do see that the Finnish government has been increasing the number of study spots. This year, they increased it by 5,000 more spots. And in 21-22, they will increase it by 10,000 more spots. So we do see a gradual increase. But of course, when you're talking about increasing study spots, you also have to take into consideration capacity issues. So that is something. And then there was another question about are some study programs excluded in the open studies pathway? And yes, not all degree programs are accessible via open studies pathway, especially the competitive programs. So including teacher training, medicine, these types of programs that are really hard to get into, they are not included in the open studies pathway. Sirpa, did you have anything to add on those two last questions?
Yeah, the open pathways are increasing in any way, but these why it's not perhaps suitable for all fields may relate to the fact of kind of adaptability tests that some fields are using. But as said, our data is 1 year old, so the situation may change also.
Thank you. Khairul, do you want to add something?
Yeah, I do echo the answer from Lisa as well. In Malaysia, we also have limitations in terms of programs that a learner can enroll through APEL. They cannot enroll into courses under certain professional bodies such as medicine, maybe engineering, maybe dental. So these are some of the programs which are not accessible at the moment through the APEL route. But of course, we are discussing this with the respective professional bodies in terms of if there are possible ways of allowing certain group of students to actually enroll. And in Malaysia, because we do the governance side from it's a top-down approach. So we are the ones, I mean, MQA is the one who actually monitors and controls the APEL, APEL E, because all APEL-E through access the certificates of the learners who passes the assessment will be issued by us and us alone. It's not by the institution. So it is a one-stop or only one agency is involved. And in terms of APEL-C, when we talk about credit transfer or even APEL-Q about the granting of the award, so these institutions who want to actually conduct the APEL must actually come through assessment with MQA, and once upon passing that, then only they can execute. So in a way, it is controlled. And how do we actually also, in terms of the number of candidates going through APEL, the number is not that high at the moment, because the success story about APEL-E is only about 5,000, although we have introduced this statistics since 2015. So we hope that we can further increase the number. And based on the survey that we have conducted so far, the students who went through APEL, actually they are very, very motivated. And majority of them, more than 80% of them, based on the respondents, the response that we received, are doing actually very well or did very well in their studies. So they actually scored a very high CGPA. In terms of the score, or maybe they score second class upper and above. So these are, success stories that we are sharing with our community as well, because the APEL candidates are normally very, very, very motivated.
Thank you. Trudy, any last comments from you?
I think when I'm listening to my esteemed colleagues here, we've got still a long way to go. And I think the last question that was in the chat is the recognition of our RPL students, or by means, for example, open learning students. We have got the problem with UNISA, for example, where their qualifications are not regarded as parity of esteem with others. And I think that is a long way that the whole world still needs to work towards, is the parity of esteem and the whole issue of the understanding and the value that we give to teaching and learning. Because if this is a inferior type of qualification, I think it's again coming back to the learner. I think we're doing them injustice. And so we have to also build a very strong communication and advocacy drive towards parity of esteem of all qualifications and modes of delivery. Thank you. And I want to learn.
Thank you so much. And unfortunately, I know there's still a number of questions in the chat, but we've reached the end of our allotted time. So first of all, I would like to thank these panelists, Lisa and Saropa and Kairul and Trudy, for your informative presentations and your experience in Finland and Malaysia and South Africa and around the world. I think you're right, we have a lot to learn. We all have a lot to learn from each other still. We're all trying to figure out how to better serve today's students for tomorrow's world and tomorrow's jobs. And there are going to have to be flexible pathways and more supportive ways to ensure that more people, especially those who have not been served well, have the opportunity to access and succeed in tertiary education. And we can only do that if we continue to listen to each other and learn from each other and apply some of those lessons. So I appreciate all of you. So now I'd like to turn it over to Therese Zhang, who has task of summing up day one. So Therese is the Deputy Director for Higher Education Policy at the European University Association. In this capacity, she contributes to developing the association's work in areas such as learning and teaching in higher education, lifelong learning, global relations with other regions in the world, and European policymaking in higher education at large. Therese has been active in higher education policy management and more generally project management in education and culture for over 15 years. Her experience covers activities in the field of quality management, institutional development, evaluation methodologies, and pedagogy. Therese holds a PhD in Romance Philology and Master's in European Studies from Universiti Catholic I will butcher this, I apologize, in Belgium. And she completed part of her education at the University of Bologna in Italy and at Brown University in the United States. So Ms. Zhang, I give you the floor now for your concluding remarks, and thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Courtney, for the introduction. First of all, can everybody hear me? Just a little thumb up or something would help. Yes, well, nobody protests, so I guess it's fine. All right, thank you, Courtney, for introducing me, and thanks to the organizers also for this invitation, this tough invitation to conclude the day. I would like to also, perhaps before starting, say how humbled actually I feel after all these great presentations and discussions and those really, really interesting insights offered by the panel of speakers, but also by the keynotes before that. So I think this is really an interesting forum also to exchange views, and this has been quite active through the chat box, as I can see it throughout the day. And I will try to not summarize, because actually I don't think it will be a summary, but I will try to perhaps highlight a few points that in a way or another struck me, or in a way or another I found interesting to mention again at the end of this day. And last but certainly not least, for you, all of you, I'll try to be brief so that we can also wrap up this day, and then looking forward to the next day. All right, I actually prepared a few slides, so I'll try to share them. Oh, I cannot share them. Okay, despite 1.5 years of Zoom competence improvement, I cannot find the share screen button here. So, oh yes, it is here. I'm sorry. Yes, share. Yes, normally you can see that right now, and I will try to slideshow it. All right, I just would like to share here some views about also how to go further and how to take some points further in our reflection on the one part, and also in our actions for the future, in improving actions for the future. So the first point I'm taking with me from this day and from the talks is something that has been pointed out in one of the keynotes, but also through the chat box. Higher education is not an end per se. It is rather about the role that higher education can play in lifelong learning through flexible learning and learning pathways. And I think this also is closely connected to a point that Trudy just raised as well. And I quickly noted down also the words she exactly used, which is a question of parity of esteem. Parity of esteem between different routes into higher education, and also parity of esteem considering what is being offered. We know from the European University Association's previous studies on lifelong learning, and specifically from a study we conducted across the European higher education area within institutions back in 2018, that very often lifelong learning offers, or what is called lifelong learning offers as compared to more traditional offers, is still very much separated at European higher education institutions from the offer on traditional for traditional education, but also separated in terms of the teachers who teach that, in terms of quality assurance regime applied, and last but certainly not least about the funding available for these. And here I would also like to emphasize the overall policy attention still needed and very much needed for what seems to me at least a tenet of any flexible learning pathways. It is lifelong learning as the by default paradigm that drives education and training policies. By default paradigm, I mean that we basically we stop seeing higher education as that place in where we as young people, for the youngsters, we kind of acquire a big package of learning at the beginning stage of our lives, most of the time between 18 and let's say 25, and then that was it. But really see that as a display throughout our lifetime of smaller packages that we are also free to unpack and repack in a way that really makes us progress. This is valid for professional path, but this is also a very important gain in terms of course, social emancipation. And that leads me to my last point on that slide, is how profoundly this is connected with the inclusion and equity agendas about open learning, but also about identifying learning needs, identifying perhaps learning leads over identifying groups themselves, which can be also stigmatizing in a way. But learning needs and on the other side of the spectrum, let's say, talking in terms of learning gains, seems to be a way to really address also disparity of esteem, not only between different routes into higher education, but also between different people, different individuals that we mean to serve in that way. All right, I just have one slide left, which is more about how to go further with our actions. And the first point that struck me, also in the discussions, was about articulating several policy areas and making people from different sectors work together in an integrated way to push the flexible learning agenda further. So education and training sectors, but all subsectors within that, be that higher education, but also vocational, etc., socioeconomic policies, and also employment policies. And in there, what we can really see is the role of respective actors and balancing regulations and institutional autonomy. So what should be the vision and the strategy provided, be it at national or also at higher education institution level, and also how to balance that in terms of leaving enough leeway to support the implementation, the actual implementation at higher education institutions, at open study level, at qualification level, at micro-credential level, etc., etc. And then there is also a question here of how the policies in place are adequate for actually supporting learners themselves, including throughout their journey into recognition of prior learning. And it also seems to me that we talked a little bit, but perhaps we will talk a bit more in the upcoming days about the monitoring and evaluating existing policies operation, existing policies and mechanisms, and as integrated part of existing policies and support mechanism for flexible learning path, for lifelong learning, etc. I marked down mostly for myself, actually, to continue investigating into this, the role of national qualification frameworks. Some presentations touched upon that. Perhaps we will also further discuss it in the upcoming days. So those NQFs as having a role to play for becoming really this inclusive tool with roots for valuing flexible path, with roots for thinking through flexible path in between and also with existing qualifications and short-term, how should I call them, non-degree education provision in general. Some NQFs that already exist already do that. Some NQFs are in the planning for doing that. So I think there is really a great opportunity for also peer learning, perhaps in terms of exchanging good practices in this regard. And this will be my last point. And here for my last point, I would like to take really the standing point of the learners, of the end users, if I can say so. And this is about how for them we can, in any of the endeavors we would like to undertake for facilitating flexible learning path, how we can all collectively do for making learning visible, self-reflexive for students and part of a lifelong learning perspective. And this has to, and this can be trained. And this is also a reflection that has been triggered a while ago, actually, when I was discussing with career guidance services at our member universities, is how appalling it is that some students, some learners are actually not really well equipped, even when being graduated, to talk about what they have learned. Not only how they have learned, but what they have learned, to really come into reflecting what they have learned and what they would need to actually apply to that job, what they would need to highlight to apply to that job or to continue into higher education or another learning path. So I would like to just, in French we say, I just would like to put it there for your reflection as well. And I would like also to emphasize these points because I think this is basically a transversal competence that will serve any learner, be them in informal, or in non-formal context, and perhaps even more in informal context than anywhere else, to really become aware of their own learning path and in a way being able to juggle with that and with information that is being provided on how they can further proceed in terms of flexible learning path. I will stop here. I'll stop sharing as well. Stop sharing.
Yeah, thank you very much, Therese, for these very reflective concluding remarks. I think it was very useful to take a little bit of systemic view at the issue of flexible learning pathways, see how they are connected with lifelong learning policies, looking at the different actors also in the system, higher education institutions, national governments, but also, of course, the individual learners. So I think it is really highly appreciated, and thank you so much. So I would like to end the day by thanking everyone, all the speakers. I think we had a wonderful first day of our International Policy Forum, very interesting keynote speeches, and also a very good panel one on diverse entry pathways. So tomorrow we will continue with two more panels, one on flexibility in progression, particularly focusing on credit transfer systems, and another one on flexibility through technology. So I think we are looking forward to another exciting day tomorrow, and then another day, of course, on Thursday. I put a little remark in the Zoom. We need to be able to identify you with your names as soon as possible, but certainly on Thursday, as we need to allocate you to workshops, and we can only do this when we have your name. So if we have an indication like iPhone, we do not know who you are. So we definitely need to, you need to fix that. I think it's in the setting mode, and perhaps we start a little bit earlier. And those of you who need some guidance in how to put in your name, we will guide you. And then I would like simply ask you to put on your cameras to see who you are. I hope we can get a full gallery view and to see this wonderful audience. I think we had a very nice first day. And so I just want to take a look at the gallery view. Wonderful. So then we wish you either a good night or a good afternoon, and looking forward to seeing you tomorrow. Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Thank you. Bye.
Thank you. Bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Many thanks.
Merci, au revoir.
Merci à tout le monde. Gracias. Hasta luego.
Merci. Au revoir. Bye. Thank you.
Hasta luego.
Au revoir tout le monde. Merci.
Gracias. Excelente jornada.